Council meeting on this 20th of September 2022. To keep everyone healthy and safe, we continue to host hybrid meetings. Our meetings are public, and you are welcome to join us in person or by watching from this Council's agenda page, Facebook, YouTube, or SLC TV. We hope you'll continue to join us in whichever manner you feel most comfortable. This is a work session meeting during which there is no public comment. Please join us tonight during our 7 p.m. formal meeting to share your comments. We welcome your feedback anytime by mailing us at P.O. Box 145-476, Salt Lake City 84114, emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or our 24-hour phone comment line 801-535-7654. Written comments we receive on agenda topics are shared with council members and posted to our website, slccouncil.com. We will now begin our work session, and as usual, we begin with item 1, an informational update from the admin. And we have the mayor with us. We have Rachel, Lindsay, Andrew, and Josh. Lindsay, it's all yours.
Chair. Okay, as always, I think we sent through some slides earlier today, so if you guys could pull those up. We'll kick off with the COVID-19 update as usual. So on this first slide, we've got an update that now cases are down in the US 20% over the last 2 weeks, which is an improvement from last week. And that cases in Utah are down 16% in the last 2 weeks. We'll move on to the next slide. I left the info in here about vaccinations that we went over last week, but the highlight is that they're available and people can go and get them. You can get them along with your flu vaccination, and if you have questions or need info about where to get them, you can visit the Salt Lake County Health Department's website, which is really great at directing you there. So next slide. This is from the County Health Department's dashboard. So as of this week, we have 33 people hospitalized in the past week, which is the same as the data from last week. We have 14 fewer hospitalizations than last week. And we have 27.4% of eligible people up to date on their COVID vaccine. So making headway. Next slide. You can see here that we've got the case counts over time for the past 3 months, and we kind of continue that downward step of cases. So looking pretty good and improving there. And then on the next slide, we have our waste reclamation facility data, which continues to show that the virus is present, but that there is no trend. So that's all for our COVID updates. And now we'll move on to community engagement, unless anyone has any COVID questions. Josh.
Yeah, so for community updates, engagement highlights, kind of light on new updates for this week. As always, we direct people to the slc.gov/feedback, which is regularly updated with ways to engage with the city through surveys and other feedback opportunities. Next slide, please. Our transportation division was one update on the 900 South reconstruction project, the reconstruction of 900 South from 900 West to Lincoln Street to complete the 9-line trail on the south side of the street, complete RDA-enhanced streetscapes to the central 9th neighborhood, and improve intersections with UDOT facilities and rail lines, as well as adding 9 new acres of green space through park strips. The project includes minor striping and signal changes to 800 South near West Temple, parking and traffic studies, and upgrades to bus stops east of 300 West. The project team is meeting tonight with the Central 9th Community Council at 6 p.m. to discuss the construction projects and other updates. Next slide. The Sustainability Department provides an update on their Resident Food Equity Advisors program. They continue to meet monthly. During their meeting this month, they discussed the idea of healthy corner markets and carts program, which was one of the recommendations outlined in the 2021 Food Equity Advisors report. The group was joined by Salt Lake City Planning and Economic Development. listened to advisor input, answered questions, and provided context and information about the city's processes and regulations that would impact the Healthy Small Markets program. The Food Equity Advisors Group is interested in the idea and will continue to discuss and consider how healthy small markets connect with food equity goals throughout the remaining meetings. The program is now halfway through the 2022-23 Food Equity Advisors program. And then next slide, finally, we have our upcoming events in the community. Groove in the Grove, sponsored by Poplar Grove Community Council, this Saturday from 11 to 5 in front of the Pioneer Police Precinct. And then Marmalade Jam Fest, also this Saturday at 4th West and 4th North. I think that's Saturday and Sunday for Marmalade Jam Fest. And then next Wednesday, additional Mayor's Bike to Work Day from 17 South River Park at 7:30 a.m. that day, and some other events coming up in the first part of October. And that is all I have updates for community engagement.
Thank you, Josh.
Next slide. You'll see we still run at high capacity at the resource centers. They are reporting just under 98% capacity last week. Next slide. And you'll see on the left-hand side upcoming schedule for next month. I wanted to reiterate that with folks that we have, as long as the weather holds, we'll continue to have resource fairs on the second Friday, Kayak Court on the third Friday, and then the fourth Friday of each month, the Justice Court does a high multiple case docket online, and so the resource centers actually have access to that and try and encourage their residents to participate if they have a large number of cases. There was Kayak Court last week on the Jordan River. You see the stats there with 11 defendants and 17 cases heard, along with the large number of meals served by the Food Justice Coalition. I wanted to highlight the expungement resources that are available. There was a presentation made to the Salt Lake Valley Coalition and Homelessness core function group last week on these resources. We have a link here to the county website that has a number of other connections that folks can look up. A really valuable resource, particularly with the state legislative change this year with automatic expungement options. Rapid intervention is in numerous locations, but last night on Rio Grande and also on 5th West downtown. And then the health department will be at the Jordan River Trail this coming week. Between 13th and 17th South will be the focus this time around. Other questions, Mr. Chair?
Councilmember Puy.
Not a question. I was talking to a few neighbors this last week about this area, and I appreciate that this is happening. I also struggle with the word abatement on this issue, and I wonder, and I know this is not a word that we're using, the health department, well, we're using it, but the health department is calling them like that, and I will prefer that our city didn't use them. We abate plagues, mosquitoes, and other insects, and we shouldn't be using it when we're talking about humans, and I hope that the health department, the Salt Lake County Health Department, will change this. I feel like it should be an easy thing for them to change. But I do appreciate the work. I was talking to a lot of neighbors on Thursday there. We walked the river for a good 4 hours to see about the issues. And if the administration could convey this message, and it will be meaningful to, this issue is very charged and it's very emotionally strong, hard for everybody. So I think it will mean a lot to all of us to stop using that word when we're talking about humans.
Thank you, Council Member. I've wrote it down for a note. We'll follow up. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair, I also believe that we have Laura Briefer from Public Utilities here to give an update on sustainability efforts as well, if that's okay with you.
Sure. Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think there was a presentation, but if not, I can just speak off my notes. There we go. Okay, I just wanted to give you all a quick drought and water supply update. Next slide, please. Currently, we are nearing the end of the water year. The water year starts October 1st. So now is a great time for us to give you kind of a sense of where we are, conservation successes, and supply. So first I wanted to do a little bit of a drought and climate status. And we have a couple of recent images taken from our federal sources from USDA, the National Weather Service, on the U.S. Drought Monitor. And what we see here is most areas of the state have experienced less than normal precipitation during the water year so far, although August was above normal, as we saw through this active monsoon season. 100% of the state is in drought. 95% is in severe and extreme drought. That includes Salt Lake City. That has improved, though, over last year, and part of that is because we do have some additional soil moisture that we've received through precipitation. We also have seen over the water year that temperatures in northern Utah are 2 to 4 degrees above normal. We look at the next coming months. We have some predictive models through our various federal agencies that look at precipitation predictions and temperature predictions. And interestingly, from October, November, and December, it looks like we have an equal chance of precipitation. What that means is we're not forecasting below normal or above normal precipitation. So we'll keep an eye on that, but that's actually better news than what we saw last year at this time. We are expecting temperatures to be above normal here through December. Next slide, please. Just a quick report on the status of Salt Lake City's water supplies. As you are likely aware, we have the benefit of a lot of different types of water resources. We have surface water resources that comprise about 90% of our average annual water supply from our local canyon streams and from Deer Creek Reservoir through the Provo River Project. And we also have groundwater resources that we implement during the summertime to help meet peak demands. Our water resources are looking good to meet demand this year, and we do expect demand to fall off pretty quickly as we enter the beginning of October. Our Wasatch Front stream flows are still below normal. We'll be watching snowpack starting to accumulate, hopefully October, November, in the high elevations. Deer Creek Reservoir is still at 90% allocation amongst all of the Provo River Project partners, which is good, and is currently at 45% of capacity as of September 18th, which we would expect towards the end of the water year, and that leaves capacity for runoff during the springtime from snowpack. Also, just kind of new this week, we are experiencing low water levels on Utah Lake. Utah Lake is a source of water that Salt Lake City uses to meet our irrigation exchange agreements, starting basically to the south part of the valley all the way up to the Liberty Park area. And Utah Lake water levels are quite low and will start impacting the Utah Lake water users, in which we're a part of at the end of this week. So we won't be pumping water through the dam by September 23rd. We have redundancy in that system, so Salt Lake City will still be able to meet its exchange agreements through October 15th. But we haven't seen Utah Lake water levels that low in some time. Next slide, please. So this is our chart of water demand, and just an explanation on the chart. The light blue line on the top is water demand in the year 2000, which is our benchmark year for water demand, and a year in which we measure all types of long-term conservation goals. The middle line, the orange line on the chart, is the average of the last 3 years. So that's the demand from 2019, 2020, and 2021. And then the solid filled blue area underneath is water demand during this calendar year to date. On the y-axis, we have million gallons per day. The bottom is 0 and the top is 210 million gallons per day. And I wanted to point that out because you can see in the year 2000, we were exceeding 210 million gallons of water delivered per day during the peak demand season in the summer. Currently what we've calculated in terms of conservation through September 18th is 2.9 billion gallons of water, which is a very large number, and that's spread over 364,000 people over 141 square mile service area that includes not only Salt Lake City, but some of our neighboring communities to the south along the East Bench. That reflects a 15% decrease over the last 3-year average. So we have exceeded our goals set forth in stage 2 of the water shortage contingency plan this year. We anticipate to remain in stage 2 of our water shortage contingency plan. We'll continue to monitor snowpack accumulations over the winter and runoff in the spring before we make any determinations or recommendations regarding water shortage contingency planning. And then finally, the last slide I have here, this is just information on our water conservation program efforts in 2022. And I won't read through that list, and actually it looks a little small. I'm sorry, that might be too small to read. But one of the things I really want to point out is that we really rely on our partnership with the public to conserve water. And Salt Lake City, along with other water providers across the state, worked really hard this year to engage the public in all kinds of programs and all kinds of communications and education. For us, we had some new programs that we put forward, such as our low water grass seed program. We increased our water check program that we partner with Utah State University. We, for the first time, conducted water audits of 18 commercial, industrial, and institutional facilities to try to understand better how water is used in those sectors. And we'll take that information and learn more to reach out to our CII customers. And, continue to sell rain barrels. But I think also, in addition to those types of programs and the incentive programs we've partnered with Central Utah Water Conservancy District with, we also saw a lot of news stories, I would say daily news stories about Great Salt Lake and about water issues across the state and across the West. And all of that combined just results in a very, very high level of public engagement, which in turn results in people being a lot more concerned and aware of the water they use and how they use it. So I think this summer and last summer especially, that water ethic in our community has really increased, and we've seen a lot of great feedback from our constituents. I'm getting word from other water providers across the state that they're also seeing some pretty astounding conservation metrics too. So I also think that statewide policy and statewide attention to this has been really, really great for the community. So that's my update and report. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Councilman Petro.
So when we look at the graph of the water usage over years, it seems like the winter months throughout all historically have kind of stayed at the same level, and then about April is when it becomes divergent. I'm assuming there's probably not going to be any such thing as conserving enough water coming up. Should we be expecting strategies to start moving into those off months when maybe we're a little less vigilant now?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what you're seeing in the winter months is indoor water use. So that peak that we're seeing from about April through the end of September is really associated with outdoor use, and you're seeing stable use across the system related to indoor use. Strategies related to indoor use are ongoing. So, different types of appliances and education and that type of thing. One thing I'll point out when we look at this graph is that when you look at that indoor use and that flat area in the winter months, keep in mind that our population has grown. And so what I take away from this graph too is that our gallons per capita per day have decreased. And we actually have the numbers for how those have decreased. So that's really good news too.
I think my kids would gladly sacrifice a bath or two a week in the name of conservation.
I might have one of those too. So.
Councilor Pui.
Laura, thank you for the update. This is it's encouraging that we're going, in the right direction. I also would like to find out a little more. Something I was asked this week, and I actually witnessed. We finally had some rain. It was exciting to see all that water coming down. But yet we see, and again, this is obviously a matter of technology and cost, and figuring this out. But we see parks being water when it's raining. And not only our facilities, but obviously private people are doing it too. And I wonder if your department is working on how we can help on that side to see how we can update, if there is technology for this. I mean, I know I have technology that solves this problem in my house, and I wonder if that's the same technology that needs to be implemented in parks and whatnot.
Yes, and I can't really speak to what the cost would be for some of our larger institutional properties to convert irrigation systems and that kind of thing. But there is good technology. There are rain sensors on irrigation systems. My department's actually working on a rebate program for those types of rain sensors. And I think just general education, I know we put out on social media every time we see a storm coming in that, rain is on, sprinklers off. I think we do have situations where we also have properties that are managed by property management companies that sometimes might not be local. And so that's something that Stephanie Dewar, our water conservation manager, has been working on a lot too, in terms of how do we reach out to some of these property managers to help them adjust their sprinkler systems and their watering program too.
But specifically about our parks, you guys are working towards updating some of this technology maybe, or coming up with a proposal for maybe a budget adjustment or something else like that?
Yeah, we are working closely with Public Lands and Parks Department on not only irrigation operations and infrastructure, but also on kind of low water needs, low water plants too. Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Morton.
Hi, Laura. Just wondering so last year was, I think, the first time the legislature had the Great Salt Lake Summit, and maybe now they've had the second one. But have there been any policies just flying in to the airport a couple times and seeing how bad the Great Salt Lake is receding? Are we seeing any of the policies that have been changed or put in place that are having an effect yet on the lake? It seems like it's getting worse, but that's just my anecdotal feeling.
Yeah.
And is there anything that is, in the recent or in the near future that might be adding to that?
So what we have seen in terms of statewide policy it has been a real push for water use efficiency and conservation, and funding to do so. So for instance, a lot of funding for secondary meters for or for water meters for secondary systems. That's currently being implemented. It probably takes a little time for those types of things to be implemented and to see the outcome of those. There's also the $40 million trust fund for Great Salt Lake that's been set up, and the managers of that trust fund, partnership between Audubon Society and the Nature Conservancy, have been selected. And so their role is to find ways to spend that money to improve conditions in Great Salt Lake as well. Some conversations have been around water banking and ways to shepherd water. So if we're conserving this water, how can we get that water to Great Salt Lake? There are water rights implications to that, and sometimes infrastructure implications. So there's a lot happening right now in terms of implementing a lot of the policies that were put into place after last year's session. So I'm hopeful that we'll see some impact of that. The interim committees have been meeting this summer as well, and this has been a big topic of discussion, so I won't be surprised to see some additional statewide policy, either refining things or introducing new types of policies.
Okay, and follow up to that. So our new water reclamation facility that's being built, how does that relate to, doesn't that water ultimately end up in Willard Bay or Farmington Bay?
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
How does that relate to the Great Salt Lake?
Yeah, so that's an important part of Great Salt Lake, and the water impacts there are pretty significant. So we treat between 33 to 35 million gallons of water per day, and that treated effluent is then conveyed to Farmington Bay. In our long-term water supply and demand planning, a large portion of that was actually slated for wastewater reuse for municipal and industrial purposes. And what we're seeing with conservation is very positive, and that perhaps leaves a different kind of wastewater reuse open to the city in the long term, and that would be reusing that wastewater to maintain flows to Great Salt Lake. And that is something that we're working on strategizing about. There are some water rights. There's a lot of work to be done with water rights on that, and we'll be working with the state engineer on seeing what kind of plan we can develop there.
When it's on its way to Farmington Bay, though, does it go directly there, or do people have rights to use the reclaimed water between Salt Lake City and Farmington Bay?
They don't have the right to use the water that we discharge. I don't know if there are diversions. So it goes through the Northwest Canal to the city drain, which is a flood control facility operated by Salt Lake County, directly to Farmington Bay. And I don't know if there are any rights off of those systems, but those would not be Salt Lake City's rights.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Laura. As always, thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right, Council, we're moving on to item number 2, which is an ordinance of the new deferral for emergency loan program repayment. We have Allison here. We have Roberta and Lorena. Oh.
Sorry, Lorena's sick.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Afternoon.
Would you like me to begin?
Sure.
Okay.
Please, thank you.
So this item is a proposed ordinance for a new deferral for emergency loan program repayments. The proposed ordinance would further defer repayment for all emergency loan program loans to December 31st, 2024. This will allow additional time for businesses and nonprofits to stabilize and to recover from the effects of the pandemic. By way of background, in March 2020, the Council approved an administration initiative to offer $1 million in interest-free loans to small businesses. They targeted restaurants and bars, retail stores, and events and arts organizations. All of these were particularly hard hit by the public health protocols in the early days of the pandemic, and most of these were small businesses. The the Emergency Loan Program, was designed by the Department of Economic Development to be quickly available. The idea was to fill these immediate gaps, revenue gaps that these businesses were experiencing until federal and state assistance could arrive. The loan amounts range from $5,000 to $20,000, again, because the target was for small businesses. The council funded this effort by allocating $1 million for the Emergency Loan Program budget. There are too many E's and L's, from the existing Economic Development Loan Fund, the EDLF. So for consideration today for all of you, or for discussion at least, is the question of a blanket deferment for all loans to the end of 2024. This will be on your agenda for potential action on October 4th. And just note that the ordinance that you're looking at today would not authorize converting these loans to grants, but depending on the extent of any write-offs or other changes that are considered in 2024, the effect could be the same. So I will turn it over to Roberta and Peter.
Thank you, Alison. We have a PowerPoint, I believe. Council members, good to be with you. Council Chair, thank you for having us. I'm going to jump right into it and just kind of go off of what Alison already mentioned. I know a few of the council members weren't here when the program was created, so just a brief overview. That it was created in March 2020 and the funds were distributed in April 2020. We knew we had to do something at this point, learning of COVID and the impacts of it. 92% of our businesses in Salt Lake City are considered small businesses, so we wanted to do what we could to support the community. This was also crucial at this time because we had not yet heard of a program or a timeline regarding federal assistance, which actually needed us to step in even more. As Alison mentioned, the program targeted the restaurant, bar, retail, events, and arts industries that were impacted immediately by the shutdowns mandated by the county. At this point as well, we had no idea how long these shutdowns would last and recognized that the margins for a lot of these small businesses are very thin. Thanks to the quick work of the council and our incredible staff, the program was released over the course of 4 weeks. We were able to fund 52 small local businesses, 25% of those on the west side. A list of the businesses is in the transmittal if you're interested. This supported 52 businesses that potentially could have closed their doors or laid off employees. We have some great testimonials from those businesses if you'd like to see them. Next slide, please. Currently today, we've been looking into here in Salt Lake and nationwide how the small business community is doing. According to a McKinsey study, these targeted industries that we prioritized in our loan program are mostly not expected to fully recover until 2024 or as late as 2025. This is due to low financial resilience in these industries and that they typically operate on very thin margins. These same industries are central to Salt Lake City's quality of life and urban core experience. In particular, in the emergency loan program, we know that 67% of the businesses that received the loan came from food service and drinking places, accommodations, or arts, entertainment, and recreation. Furthermore, COVID brought about additional back-end challenges, as you've all heard about, like supply chain challenges, the cost of inflation that keeps rising, and severe labor shortages, all add to this burden of small business recovery. And in looking into all ways of where we could support this program, the department had looked into whether ARPA would apply to the emergency loan program, and we found out that debt payment is not an eligible ARPA use. But these businesses do have the opportunity now with the city's program and potentially county, state, or other federal programs that come from ARPA to apply for these, and that would help to free up some other expenses in order for them to pay off this debt eventually. Next slide, please. So this gets us to our policy options that were in the transmittal. One option would be, obviously this is not an exhaustive list and it's up to the council, but we listed 4 policy options on here for you to consider. The loan deferment for 12 additional months until January 1 of 2023. As noted above, repayment was set to begin in January 2022, and the loans remain pending policy direction. This option would give loan recipients additional time to further recover the economic losses to their business. Policy option number 2 is loan deferment until, continue to defer the repayment until December 31st, 2024. This deadline is in alignment with the American Rescue Plan Act expenditures deadline. This takes into consideration that small businesses could seek opportunities from ARPA funds to assist with financial hardships the business may be experiencing. The third option is to convert all loans into grants, similar to what other emergency loan programs have done, such as the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity. That was a program that came out around the same time as ours, a little bit after. It was a bridge loan program, and the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity has converted all of those loans into a grant. This would relieve the businesses of having to pay back the debt as they continue to recover. Should this option be approved, please note that a public benefit analysis for each of the 52 individual businesses or nonprofits would need to be executed prior to converting any of those. And our last policy option is to convert some of the loans into grants by creating a set of guidelines to consider for that businesses can demonstrate hardship and the need for that relief. Should this option be approved, a public benefit analysis for each individual business nonprofit that meets the guidelines for a grant would need to be executed in order to relieve the business nonprofit of repayment. We would work with the council to submit these guidelines in advance. So our recommendation, as noted in the transmittal, is that the city wants to continue to support our small business community. One way to do this is to delay repayment until businesses are fully recovered. Our department would work with our partners during this time, our department would work with our partners in the International Rescue Committee to assess each individual's business's ability for repayment and create a plan that works for the businesses by the end of 2024. Just a note that currently the businesses do have the option to repay if they would like, and 2 of them have done so already. So with that, as my presentation, so would love to take any questions.
Thank you, Roberta. I appreciate that very much. Councilmember Romano.
Yeah.
Did you say the International Rescue Committee would be evaluating the businesses?
No, so we have a small business contract with them, and it's just a regular contract, and so we can use that for them to support in things like applying for applications for our loan program, marketing our programs, and so since we already have them on contract, we would work with them to put together a plan. I also mentioned in the transmittal is a group we work with regularly. It's the Small Business Development Center, SBDC, that's funded out of the SBA that does a lot of this work as well.
That's interesting. Okay, I didn't realize that they were doing that type of work.
Yeah.
I guess one thought is, I know this program is very important for a lot of businesses. One of my thoughts is making the deferral and possible extension more of an opt-in process, where if companies actually needed it too. I know that some loan programs, my business received some from the state, and some of those just got automatically forgiven or automatically deferred. At times that was really helpful, and other times it wasn't very necessary. So I think making it more of an opt-in program would allow companies that really have recovered and are able to repay those loans to do so, rather than just a blanket thing for every business. But you're more familiar with who the companies are and if my assumption is correct or not. So just a thought.
That's a great suggestion. We have always offered to the businesses that they could start repayment, but that is, I guess, a little bit different in our communication with them. We could certainly give an opt-in for that.
Councilmember Petro.
Like Councilmember Mano, I think any discussion about forgiveness needs to be very nuanced and targeted. And because this money came from a loan fund that we anticipated to be cyclical, I think we need to press harder on this for repayment than others. But in the rare case where maybe forgiveness or complete forgiveness is required, is there any mechanism by which we could ask for a public benefit? So for instance, I know one of the initiatives that the state ran was a grant program that restaurants and arts industries could apply for, but the idea was to subsidize public participation, the public eating there, the public attending performances. And so I remember I went to Toasters, and when I was there, they gave me a little coupon saying that I could have $10 off next time I came. So would there be a mechanism for, like, if it's a restaurant and we're going to forgive 50% of their loan, then for a week they're going to offer 20% off to people who can prove they're Salt Lake City residents, or something like that, that if we do have to forgive this loan, which was meant to be cyclical, that we can get a public benefit out of that forgiveness?
I think certainly all options are on the table as we talk through those conversations. I know finance and attorney's office and our department would work together, and we're happy to take any suggestions on that. Absolutely. I did want to clarify one thing, and I apologize if I didn't get to Allison in time with this, but the funding from this program was not from EDLF. It was actually from the general fund. So it's not it's completely separate from the EDLF.
Okay.
And I was actually, Mary Beth was just texting me the same information, so she has confirmed that.
But
I
it's
still,
but it's
I
a
still
loan.
feel like it's
still
city
a loan.
funds. We were not a conduit for relief funds in this case. And so our good faith efforts to our constituents is to recover as much as we can. But you're right, the arts industries in particular are still not fully recovered. And so I am in favor of some additional deferment for those industries hardest hit.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Councilmember Fowler.
Councilmember Farrell can go now. Go. Thanks. This is just a piggyback off of Councilmember Petro Escheler. In the staff report, and I think was mentioned by Roberta, is that it seems like if we convert anything to a grant that then would be forgivable, to your point, we'd have to do a public benefits analysis. And I'm sort of looking at Katie back there from the legal perspective, shaking her head yes. So to that point, that's already built into our legal system of having to say before we just forgive all of this money, we actually have to do a public benefits analysis. So I think we can kind of almost incorporate some of the proposed options from DED of 3 and 4. I mean, we could kind of incorporate all of these into, a muddy mess that we like to do sometimes up here. We take all these suggestions and make them into something that comes out where we're saying, if we are going to, you kind of have to go through the process where we're looking at the public benefits if we're going to forgive all of it, part of it, a quarter of it, whatever that is. We have to go through that process already.
Councilmember Fowler.
Thank you. I like that. I think I forgot that it came from the general fund, because the point that I was going to make was maybe we make it attractive to some of the borrowers that says, hey, I can go with this if if it's a public benefit, and if you guys agree to that. But also I'm thinking, if it had been in a DLF fund, it's a revolving one. It's something that we want to continue. We want to lend, get some of those interests, so we can lend to the next business that needs it. So, and I hope that that's what. So if the borrowers understand that, like, we're not trying to get the money back from them because we're a bank. And we're trying to help somebody else as well. So maybe you have an option like, okay, maybe I opt to pay it off because I recovered, I think I can pay it off. I'm good, help the next group or the next business that comes along. Or I can opt in for the public benefits and maybe I get those forgiven. Something like that. I was thinking if this wasn't an option, if it was from the EDLF. Ultimately, it's $1 million. It's a good chunk of money, but at the same time, we went through a pandemic, it was tough. I mean, worldwide, and yeah, some federal agencies have forgiven loans, and I'm one of the recipients as well, like Darren, and so it's been super helpful. Knowing that I still have one that I need to pay off, and gladly, will do that because I know we're putting that money back in the pot for the next person. So anyway, I'm open to
Thank you.
to an alternative. Thanks.
So thank you very much for the whole presentation and the discussion here. I'm in agreement with the deferring the loans until the end of 2024. And I also am open to the idea of some relief for some, but that's an option of last resort, not of an option of first resort. I would rather see the businesses look to pay off the loan instead of try to find ways to get a loan, get a grant, their loan
Or forgiven.
forgiven. Thank you. And so I agree that there should be an option over the public benefit, of course, as Councilman Fowler and Pito said, but I want that as the last resort, not the first resort. So we still have close to 17 months at this point. So let's continue on in helping them pay off their loan. And then at the end, if they need some forgiveness, we'll work it at that point.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Fowler.
And me, I have another idea.
Currently, what is the date of deferment? You probably said this in the beginning and I forgot or was trying to multitask.
The current is December 31st of 2021. So, yes, we are over that.
So we should probably maybe give some direction and make a decision on this so business sooner rather than later?
So the decision on whether the deferment happens or not could be done as soon as October 4th, possibly sooner. But the broader decision of what happens next can be taken later because they'd have that deferment in place to 2024 if that's what the council opts for.
Okay. So we could vote to defer until 2024 and during that time ask DED and maybe set some sort of timeline where you come back with a process that the council can look at of what, if it were something that the council wanted, what a forgiveness looked like or what kind of criteria would need to be met or what that public benefit analysis looks like if that were the direction that the council wanted to go for some of that relief or something, then we could potentially come back with a process that you could present to us to look at and see if that is indeed where we wanted to go.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair, and then I'm thinking maybe another way to make it attractive for some of those that can't pay it back is to give a discount, if they paid before 2024. So maybe that's another option for some of the businesses that would like to pay it off altogether a little bit earlier. Maybe not a steep discount, but a little bit, and I'm not sure if that's allowed. But we need to make it attractive also for people to pay it back.
Yeah, so you're suggesting like a discount or something if they
Right.
pay it off?
If you pay it off before the deadline.
I'd just like to raise a policy consideration, and that is that converting loans to grants has been a difficult thing in the city before. The housing developers are particularly interested in having grants on this same basis. And so they would like to have a loan and then have it forgiven administratively at the end of their term. And the council has stopped that as far as I understand. And there are all kinds of programs that the city has that are loans. One is, home repair and things like that. And those people probably also would like to have forgiveness. So it's a tricky situation to get into, especially if we're accidentally creating expectations among this group by going out and assessing their businesses to see if they can pay or not. So I would just urge you, if it's certainly within the council's prerogative to convert loans to grants, it would be rare to do that with general fund money. And it would be the public benefits process is an expensive process. So, I mean, you could choose to do that, or you could also say a grant is a grant and a loan is a loan. Because the other thing that was raised a few weeks ago here at this table by council members is that perhaps more people would have applied had they had the opportunity to consider it a grant. So I don't know how you make it equitable for the people who didn't apply. So those are just some considerations as you weigh this.
Thank you very much, Cindy. Appreciate that.
Could I just add one more
go
thing to Councilor Valdemoros's point about a potential discount? Yeah, I do want to stress that right now these are zero interest loans, so a early payment with interest rates as they are now would be helpful, possibly to the city as well. So it may make financial sense.
I see no other questions or comments. So, Roberta, thank you very much. Peter, thanks for the support.
Council members.
Thank you, Allison. We're going to move on to item number. Okay. We're going to move on to item number 3, informational update from the North Point Small Area Master Plan. We have Nick Tarbit's a new member of the staff here. Great to see you, Nick.
It's thanks for bringing me back.
And we have the other Nick, Chrissy. Yep. Thank you. Nick, it's all yours.
Okay. By way of quick introduction, this is not quite the midpoint check-in, but it's a check-in before the plan goes to the Planning Commission for review. This is on the North Point Small Area Plan, which when completed will give guidance on future development of the use of the property along the 2200 West corridor in the Northwest Planning Community of Salt Lake City. The reason that we're here today is the council adopted a resolution in 2020 asking for these types of check-ins so that they could have input along the way so that their input can be included early in the process. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Chrissy to go through the slides, which we have.
Yes. Thank you. All right, we can go to the next slide. So this process started, an RFP was issued in January 2021 to look for a consultant to handle this master plan update process. In July of 2021, Logan Simpson Consulting Firm was hired, and they immediately got started and worked with city staff by they first did one-on-one meetings with really anyone that wanted to meet with them, property owners, local agencies, and just various stakeholder groups. Additionally, those one-on-one meetings, we've met with numerous property owners throughout the entire process whenever they've requested. Additionally, there was a steering committee. 4 steering committee meetings were held throughout the process, so since last July until the last meeting was in June. Then we've had 2 direct mailers to property owners, and one of them contained a specific property owner survey. 2 pop-up events at the West Point Community's Night Out Against Crime event. And then an open house was held in May of 2022. And then we just last week met with the West Point Community Council with a joint open house / presentation for the community. And then we are just wrapping up our draft plan presentation time period where now we're going to be revising the draft based on what we heard from the public over the last few months and then from you today. And we're hoping for a Planning Commission draft ready for their review in October. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So as far as the study area, this is along the 2200 West corridor. It goes from 2100 north approximately to about 3200 north, from I-15 to 3200 west. It's along the southern or the northern edge of the city, and you can see from that map with the blue and the yellow that there's quite a bit of Salt Lake County's unincorporated property in the project area as well as Salt Lake City property. And then we can do the next slide. So as far as context, I wanted to show these just to help set the framework that a large portion of that southern edge of the property area is owned by the airport, and that really does limit the development potential as far as their interest in developing the property. So you have quite a bit of airport property, and then this existing future land use map is from the 2000 plan. The plan was updated in April of 2000, and that update was largely to address concerns with the proximity to the airport and those agricultural uses. So you can see that the plan anticipated primary business park uses, and then agricultural uses. And then that next map is the current zoning map, which largely does reflect the future land use map. And then you can see that really east of 2200 West is where the agricultural land is. That is probably, if you wanted to say where the biggest difference with this new draft is that's where you're going to see the biggest difference between what's on the books and then what this new draft presents. So we can go to the next slide. So as far as the plan overview, so the goals of the plan, similar to when the update took place in 2000, this update is in response to some significant development pressures in the area. There was an annexation petition outside of the project area to the north that thought of the idea of residential. That triggered some thoughts from the council and wanted to do this plan update to address that, as long as a lot of rezone requests along that 2200 West corridor. So the goals of the plan are to identify future land uses that can coexist with new development. The wildlife area, there's sensitive habitat like wetlands and uplands in the area, and then operations of the airport. It's also to reduce conflicts between agricultural uses and the wildlife habitat. And then consider things like water quality, noise, and air as new development comes into the area. It also does look at the future annexation potential as well. Next slide. So the plan sets up a vision map. This is really a future land use map, but we are calling it a vision map for this plan. You can see this green area is protected open space. This is largely wetland areas that aren't anticipated for development, also some buffers along the Jordan River. Then you have this transitional area. This area is really where most of the residential is at in the plan area right now. There aren't a ton of residents, but there is a handful. And this is intended to, it's been made very clear that a lot of those residents intend to stay. This plan anticipates that no new residential would be allowed in the plan area, and that slowly the area would transition over to business park or light manufacturing. And then you can see the gray is business park or industrial. So next slide. So along with the vision map has those three categories. Each of those categories has corresponding design standards, and those design standards are really intended to allow for economic feasibility for properties, because we do anticipate that development pressure and that new development will be coming in. So to allow that economic feasibility, but also to mitigate from that development, which I just mentioned. So the design standards focus on things like a 100-foot buffer from sensitive wetlands and uplands. It also talks about buffers from canals and things like that. A maximum building frontage along 2200 West of 400 feet in the industrial areas, and then 250 feet in the transitional area. It also talks about preserving and connecting wetlands and uplands together to create a system. It suggests code updates to encourage native landscaping, like reducing turf grass, and then also includes stormwater management principles. And then it allows, in the business park zone, it suggests clustering of buildings to preserve open space. So it would allow for a reduction in the minimum lot size to allow that clustering. And this is really to allow flexibility in the building envelope to maintain those sensitive habitat. Next slide. So implementation, I talked about a lot of these because one of the key implementation steps is to adopt those design standards and codify them. Additionally, we'll be reviewing our tables of permitted and conditional uses in the manufacturing zone, the M1 zone, to make sure that if something is considered hazardous, it's a conditional use instead of a permitted use. Also looking at land, like I mentioned before, our landscape requirements. Another implementation step is evaluating funding solutions for 2900 West. Your draft in it says 2200 West, but we really changed that to focus on 2900 West, which is that new north-south connector road that would go through the project area. And this is intended to take truck traffic and heavy traffic for the manufacturing uses off of 2200 West, where residents live, and encourage them to go onto this new north-south collector street. And then evaluate the feasibility of acquiring sensitive lands as city-owned open space. This was very big from our public involvement and from our steering committee as a priority. And so the plan, the chapter after this includes funding tools that the city council you could consider in acquiring these sensitive lands. So besides that, if you go to the next slide, these ones are considered our critical path forward, but then there are additional implementation items. One of them is 3200 West, which is the very western road on the property. That would be removing it from the major streets plan and leaving it as largely undeveloped. And this is to really reduce the impacts to that wetland that is along the roadway. Develop environmental impact standards and align them with city goals and policies. I mentioned the 100-foot buffer between wetlands and any site development. Prepare a public utility plan to assess future service needs. This area has not a lot of public utility infrastructure, and it will be a big hurdle to development, and so a plan is needed to make sure that new development can be appropriately serviced. And then coordinate with Salt Lake County for police and fire service, and this would include things like planning for where a future fire station could be needed and setting aside that land. And then incorporate pedestrian and bike pathways for new roadways and support the annexation potential of contiguous parcels within the plan area. So we can go to the next slide. And then just as far as next steps, so like I talked about, the draft plan was released in July of this year. So we've been meeting with the public for the past couple months. We are now at the final stage of that review and refining the draft plan for Planning Commission review. You should see that new draft plan out within the next couple of weeks. And then after the Planning Commission reviews, which we are hoping for at the end of October, it will then be transmitted to the City Council for your review. Well, and that concludes my presentation. Hope I didn't talk too fast.
Chrissy, Councilmember Petro.
Thank you. I want to start off by thanking the Planning Department, notably Nick, Kelsey, and Chrissy, who have been really responsive, and we survived a significant community engagement together last week. I asked for this not to be a written update, rather an in-person update with you all, because this is an interesting case. We have some constituents who have been living an Ag 2 lifestyle. They actively farm and sell eggs. They are highly engaged. It's not a place that we all traffic very frequently. Unless you've been to Cross E Ranch, you probably haven't had occasion to go out there. It's probably 2, maybe 3 dozen homes that are being considered. But they're absolutely correct that the pressures on this area are what they are. There is not a week that goes by that I don't receive another meeting request from another commercial developer with another vision for what to do out there. It is not to be denied that 2200 West at this point is a farm road that's intended for those people who are selling their eggs to use, and not for 18-wheelers designed to go into industrial warehouses. The landowners are very well aware that they can have say over what goes on their property, and they're even relatively at peace with the fact that we are losing some of the most gorgeous ecosystem we will ever see as we develop this, and we will not in our lifetime ever recuperate it. However, I would like us to be highly aware of this unique situation for these constituents and to encourage high responsiveness to them and whatever protections we can offer them as a city. They are concerned about things like eminent domain, and while that might seem a little exaggerated to us, these are families with historied Utah last names like Bangader and Hinckley. These are families that moved to this valley and did the hard work of setting it up, who then lost valuable property to eminent domain when the airport came in. So there is some generational hypersensitivity to issues like this. So I wanted you all to be aware of this because number one, this is outside of UWEPA, and it is likely going to be a high contributor to those things that we've been concerned about. Truck serve warehouses are a reason for all of us to be concerned. Number two, because it's going to be a significant infrastructure development for us, and we probably don't want street racing up in the northwest quadrant any more than we want it anywhere else in our city. So there's probably some things we need to look forward to with development. And number three, because there's a constituent nuance here. We have constituents who are very much in danger of losing their lifestyle. At this point, they've assumed a really, really defensive posture, and although they maintain openness and we talk to them, as we go through this, I would like you all to be aware of how drastic this change is and how much these constituents stand to maybe not to lose. There are other things they'll gain, but they stand to lose a lot. So thank you all for sitting through the presentation and giving special consideration to this part of my district. And thank you, planning. I think you all have done an amazing job of trying to walk some tight ropes that feel very divergent. I'm not sure how you all are keeping a foot in both worlds sometimes, but you have done an exceptional job.
Thank you. Council members? Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation, and I look forward to the next time we meet.
Thank you.
Right. Council members, we're moving on to item number 4, informational update on the housing-related zoning amendments, off-street parking, shared housing, and RMF 30. Nick's here. Nick Tarbett and Nick Morris and Brian Fulmer.
Brian Fulmer's online.
Brian Fulmer's online.
And
Kelsey. And there we are. Take it away, Nick.
We're going to have a mix of people coming up and down.
Okay.
There's 3 different people working on the project. So
Gotcha.
We'll take a
There's
little
Eric. So, yeah.
pause between.
All yours, Nick.
Okay, so as you mentioned, this is a follow-up briefing on 3 housing-related land use items. The shared housing, and I guess this will be the order that if it's all right if we go through. Shared housing will go first, off-street parking, and then RMF 30. Although each of these topics have been discussed separately in the past, they're interrelated due to their impact on housing. Therefore, the council has decided to consider these all together to provide better context of the issue. Over the past several years, there's been many work session discussions and public hearings. However, the council decided not to take action after each of those respective public hearings had been closed. Then, in July of this year, the council had the briefing on the Thriving in Place study, discussing the gentrification and displacement in the city, and this presentation highlighted the severity of the gentrification and displacement and the need to address it. So that's why this was brought back to the council for consideration at this time. So again, those are the way, the order in which we'll go is shared housing, off-street parking, then RMF 30, and planning staff is here. They'll give a quick synopsis of each of those, and then the council can ask questions and have the discussion in that order.
All right, I'm going to start and kick us off with just a recap of the shared housing proposal. Next slide, please. All right, so just in summary, this is a type of housing where generally there's sleeping rooms and they share either a kitchen and or a bath. It's quite a bit different than most dwelling units as they're viewed from a zoning code perspective. Sometimes they can be 3 sleeping rooms that each have their own bath that share a kitchen. Sometimes it could be 20. So there's a wide range of how that's arranged. This proposal expands where the use is allowed, and we have a map on one of the next few slides that will show that. The regulations limit the occupancy to 2 people per room. That's to avoid some overcrowding. There's a minimum communal space, so these are shared spaces that are 20 square feet per sleeping room. That's generally assembled as one space or multiple spaces. If it's a multiple-storied building, they tend to have some communal space on each floor. Accessible rooms, those are rooms for people who need various mobility aids, are typically on the ground floor, and our code says that they should be on the ground floor. If there's a need for more accessible rooms than what can fit on the ground floor, then they're allowed to go onto the upper floors. Also requires a management plan. This primarily deals with property maintenance and management, but also is intended to reduce, provide a way for neighbors to have a contact to reduce those impacts that may occur. Next slide. So the details of where it is. Currently, we allow this use in 2 key zoning districts. So the TSA zones and then the FBUN2 zone actually allows this as well right now as permitted uses in both of those districts. So along the North Temple corridor and along 400 South. The proposed additions include, you can see the list of zoning districts there, but these are generally our mixed use districts that tend to have a mix of commercial uses, are close to jobs, close to services, and generally better served by transit than other zoning districts in the city. Next slide. So this is the map. Hopefully you can see it well. One of the key provisions that we were looking at with this, even though it looks like everything is concentrated, most things are concentrated in the general downtown area. And then along some of our major, more intense commercial districts. I think the important thing to note here is that currently, when you look at the breakdown of acres east and west of I-15, most of the land where this use is currently allowed is west of I-15. If this were to be adopted, most of the land will actually be east of I-15. A big chunk of that is adding the downtown zones, the D1 through D4 and the GMU zones, where one would anticipate this type of use to occur, but our zoning currently does not allow it. Next slide. So why we, and to rehash on the why, it's one tool in the housing toolbox. This type of housing is often used as people transition out of homelessness. It's also used as market rate. There's a growing market demand for this type of housing, and particularly in other communities. And we've had a very similar proposal in Salt Lake City. It removes the zoning barriers associated with this, meaning it expands where it can go. It increases housing choice for people, particularly those who want to choose this housing. No one's forced into it. It expands housing options to more parts of the city and expands it so it's not concentrated in just those 2 zoning districts. And then the regulations are such that it fits in with the scale of the neighborhood. One thing that I want to point out is that there is and this question has been asked a lot, is that what is the difference between a boarding house and a shared housing? And the primary difference is that a boarding house is a type of dwelling and it retains that occupancy for a minimum of 30 days, whereas shared housing, because it has, it can be and sometimes needs to be more transitional for people, it allows for more weekly rental types of things. That's the primary difference. Boarding houses are allowed in most of, I think the lowest zoning district it's allowed is in the RMF 45, but it also is allowed in most of the districts where this use would be allowed as well. And then I put a link up here for those that, hopefully it's long, but for those that may want to find more information about this housing type and how it's been used. And that is all I have.
So, any questions?
Councilmember Fowler.
Thanks. Hey, Nick, can we go back to this slide with the map? Yeah, that's the one. Can you make that bigger by chance? Can we do it on our screen? Okay. So tell me where so we're currently at 484 and okay, I needed to look at that again.
Yeah, so generally though, it might be hard to see on there, but and some of those colors are really blend together, but the red is really that TSA district. It looks like some of the D3 is also a reddish color. And
so the red is where we already are.
Right. So all of the other colors are where it would be a new allowed use.
Is there, sorry, I can't see very well, but is there any red up there by the U, or is that a different color?
So the TSA zone extends up to about 900 East,
Okay.
and that's about as close as it gets. The RMF 45 zone, which addresses the boarding house, those are typically actually found closer to the university than in other parts of the city.
Okay, thanks, Nick.
I'll just thank you for the reminder of what this was. I know it's been a while since we talked about it. I'll just let other council members know. I think you may already know this, but back when we talked about it a couple years ago, I had indicated that I wasn't supportive of this because though it does create more geographic equity, I still think that it doesn't create enough geographic equity. So I had at the time indicated that I wasn't supportive of this, and I have since hearing the Thriving in Place conversation and understanding how bad we're doing with housing costs, and then also understanding more about permanent supportive housing. I think though I still remain concerned about the geographic equity of this map we're looking at, I think it's worth doing now and then hoping to fix that in the future. So I've changed my position on that, so just letting everyone know. And I hope that we can adopt this because we need all, as Nick said, this is one tool in the toolbox. We need all the tools that we can get.
Councilmember Morton.
When you say that Nick, that it removes barriers by expanding the areas where it can occur, I guess that makes me think, well, we're not seeing an explosion in shared housing in the areas where it's already allowed. Why do we think that this is going to be is going to open up a lot more opportunity, do you think?
Right. So the primary reason for that is that anytime you have a land use that's limited to a small geographic area, it's competing with every other use that is otherwise allowed in that. And right now, because mostly this use is very low income housing, it is almost always going to lose out on land to more profitable land uses. So one, there has to be the money available to help support the land use. But two, there has to be a place for that land use to go.
Okay. And the second thing is I've read a lot of the arguments and listened to opponents of shared housing that have talked about how it commodifies like bathrooms and kitchens and over time, I guess, causes those to be like added features or instead of standard features like a kitchen or a bathroom. Is there any, I mean, I know we don't have a lot of examples of shared housing in Salt Lake City and in Utah as they do maybe in other cities. As far as you know, has that like borne out in other cities that it's led to people being willing to not accept having their own bathroom or things like that? I mean, I'm just interested in whether that argument has, I understand it, but has it borne out in other cities?
I have not seen any sort of study or report that indicates that the shared housing model or the SRO model negatively impacts the, I guess, creation of other housing types in the city, or in those cities where they're allowed.
Okay. And then my last question is, does anything in the ordinance or any of the changes that we're doing here dictate that a shared housing, and so some shared housing has like private bathrooms. I think we talked about the one on Bueno Avenue. That one has private bathrooms. It's a shared kitchen. Does this one say that they have to have a shared bathroom or that they can't have a shared bathroom, or is it up to the developer on what's included in the shared part of shared housing?
It would be up to that specific project. So that developer would align that. So they can have shared baths, they can have private baths, where they could have shared kitchen or private kitchens. Most of these that you see new that are developed, at most, there's typically maybe one shared bath between two units. When they're retrofitting existing buildings, which like the Rio Grande Hotel in Salt Lake City, it's different than that. And so it's hard to say exactly how it is going to be laid out, but most of the newer construction SROs or shared housing that we're seeing, that I've seen around the country, typically have a private bath with shared kitchens.
Okay, sorry, I have one more follow-up that I thought I didn't have. All right, thank you. Thank you. So why shouldn't we say at a minimum they should have to have a private bathroom per room? Why do you think why in your proposal you're not recommending that we have that requirement? Why do you think that that's better?
So you could do that.
Yeah.
What happens is that it limits the reuse of existing buildings for the use, because they may not be able to accommodate that.
Okay. Thanks.
Councilmember Mono.
So just to clarify, I may have understood this wrong, and I want to clarify for the record because I have said it on the news. I thought this proposal was requiring that it did have either a private kitchen or a bathroom, but not both. Is that incorrect?
That's incorrect. It could be both would be shared under how it's written right now. If the council feels like it should require at least having a private bath, that is a fairly easy amendment to make to the proposal.
I always understood it to be one or the other, but not both. But I guess I was just wrong on that, and apologies to the public that I misinformed. Sorry. I would like to consider that. I don't know if it's the right thing to do, but that's always where my brain was with this. So since now I'm learning new information, I wanted to think that through for a second. But.
The other thing to think about too is that because, not that this model is new to the city, right? Prior to 1980, we had about 1,000 units of shared housing in SROs throughout the city. We now have less than 30. And if you do the math, I think you can see why one of the major factors in why we have people without a place to live. I think there's a good correlation there. You could look at something like that, and I don't know that it would be detrimental at this point to the likelihood of us having a shared housing model.
Councilmember Valdemoros.
Thanks. I think it's just clarifying questions, Nick. So I transport myself to dormitory time at the U when I used to live there a long time ago. So it was like an apartment. It had 4 rooms, 1 shared living room, and then 2 bathrooms, no kitchen. And it was only 1 person per room.
Mm-hmm.
So basically 4 people living in 1 apartment. We had to eat somewhere else. We could use a bathroom there and share the bathroom. How many people are we going to allow in each of these rooms?
So each sleeping room has a maximum occupancy of 2.
And how many sleeping rooms per unit then?
There's right now in the proposal, there's not a regulation that limits that.
And do we think that might be an issue? Because at the dorms, they're kind of controlled. Like, university is controlling what you can do, who you can bring, what substances you bring to the their dorm room.
Yeah,
this is going to be, let's say we had an upset landlord, right? So how are we going to deal with the negative impacts that if we have 20 people living in 1 apartment?
That would be an option to put some kind of a cap number of sleeping rooms per shared kitchen or shared bath, if that's an avenue. And like I said, these things are actually really, this part, at least we're at the point where those are really easy to write into the proposal.
And these
So-
do have 24-hour management requirements
Yes.
on site.
Right.
Yes.
So,
Yes, but with some of our permanent supportive housing that we're supposed to have 24-hour maintenance, unfortunately, due to funding, they can't, and therefore, here's the city coming to the rescue sometimes, for the negative impact in the neighborhood. So, those are my worries about this.
Councilman Puy.
There was, Nick, you mentioned that land, obviously developers will choose more expensive land. They will choose to, maximize their profit, and this might not be the option. So, by expanding the zoning where this is allowed, we might be able to see more of this happen in the city. To that point, though, I feel like it's possibly going to affect the West Side, or we're going to see more of this on the West Side, since the West Side is arguably some of the cheapest land we have in our city. So that means that we might see more of this, even though the zoning, the expansion on this is still towards downtown on the east side. We're still expanding on the west side, so that means that we're going to see more of this on the west side. And I'm not sure this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but when we're talking about equity, I feel like we need to be aware of that, and we need to be aware that, if we know that developers want to maximize their profits, and they're going to find cheap land to do this, and so that's something to note. Again, I also think that we need to diversify the housing stock, and I believe that at heart. We need to have more options for people, and it's hard to find options where you don't have to buy furniture, where you don't have to, come up with a year's worth of proving that you work, that you can afford, $600, and you can do it for a month or two until you sort of stabilize yourself. So I think there is benefits to this type of housing. I also thought at the beginning that one of the two items was going to be required. I don't know I feel like there is a point to, by requiring one of them, you make the housing again a little more expensive to build. I also think that it will still expand the ability of creating this type of housing. So these are, I guess I'm talking out loud about some issues I have or some thoughts. I think that equity issue is important to be aware of, and I also think that this type of housing is very important, and it is possibly needed. And you mentioned that there was 1,000 in the 80s, 1,000 units in the 80s, and they were in the old allowed, or were the current in the zones that is currently allowed, correct?
No. So over time, that use has been zoned out of the city. Most of it has been replaced with other uses, right? As the land becomes more profitable for other things, they transition. Some of them actually transitioned back to hotels. Most were demolished and replaced with new development.
Yeah, and we have a lot of people living in motels and hotels all over the city on a long-term basis. So this could be something that is a step forward for many of them. So I just wanted to raise the issue of equity, and I also I didn't know as well that we are not putting any requirement necessarily, either if it's the bathroom or the kitchen, which it will be shared.
Councilman Wharton.
Thanks. Would it be easy to make a change that said, okay, if you're renovating an existing structure, especially if it's a historic structure, you could have a shared bathroom, but if you're a new build, you need to have one bathroom per unit. Would that be hard to do?
No, that would be fairly easy.
Okay. I would be in favor of that for new builds. And I would be open to hearing that there should be a limit into how many people could use a kitchen, but I don't want to just pick a random example. I would want to know why is 4 the magic number, or 6 or whatever, because it seems like it would vary based on development. Like if you're going to have a massive kitchen with multiple cooking stations, then I don't know how you divide that up, but that would seem to be more reasonable than, for more people to use than one stove, one microwave, all that stuff. But the bathrooms, I think, I would like it to be, if it's not a historic structure, and it's a new build, that it needs to have one bathroom per unit.
Councilman Fowler.
Thank you. I like this ordinance how it is. But in listening to some of my colleagues, I would be okay looking at the idea that Councilmember Wharton just brought up. I would remove the historic part of it but if it's a new build, to add that requirement, because I can see this being used in buildings that we wouldn't consider historic, and then going down that whole route of defining what historic looks like, and then having to kind of add some more hoops to it, where what I see this ordinance as doing, as to what you said earlier, Nick, is creating another tool in the toolbox. And to your point that you sort of had a little, that you alluded to, is that as the land got more profitable for other uses, we zoned out SROs. And I mean, there may or may not be a correlation to what we see now with people not being able to afford shelter. So I look at this in a way of, I don't want to make it more expensive, that then with that unintended consequence, right, of adding more and more requirements, such that now it's still unaffordable and unattainable for people, which that is the thing we're trying not to do, right? We're trying to create more stock. And so to me, not that I want to make it the easiest thing, because I also just really don't see a bunch of developers being like, this is what we're going to go do, is build a bunch of these. And maybe I'm totally wrong on that. It's just the people I've spoken to, I can't picture that being the top priority in their portfolios. So for me, it's kind of, let's keep this as equitable and I hear this word all the time, dignified of an ordinance, but that allows people to actually, hopefully, and in some ways it can be a younger person just getting out of college that is used to the dorm life and can be like, oh look, I can afford this, but not be in a dorm or whatever. And maybe it's somebody transitioning out of homelessness or from one place to another. Maybe it's somebody just down on their luck that lost their job, right? And now they have a space for it. And so I think there's so many scenarios where this can be the right tool, that I don't want to put so many so many roadblocks on it that then it becomes something that is again unattainable. So I would be okay sort of with Chris's suggestion that on new builds we require either one or the other, or a bathroom, and on either one, I would say looking into that cap for the kitchen, and or if we're not requiring a bathroom in every unit, then what is that kind of cap for people per utility, if you will, if we can call both of those a utility. But we've worked on this a lot and have seen it a lot, and I think that expanding it really into these different zones creates what we're trying to do, and that is more housing stock and more tools in our toolbox to get people sheltered in all different scenarios that they may find themselves in.
Thank you. Councilmember Mono.
I appreciate this discussion. First of all, somebody that is listening messaged me and said that I wasn't entirely crazy. I think that in 2019 there was a version that included that, which is when I was on the Planning Commission. So that's probably a very, very old thing that I'm still thought was accurate. I would probably want to, if we're going to go the route of saying new construction or some amount of shared housing projects need to have private bathrooms, I would actually probably prefer to not say every unit needs a bathroom, but that it can be shared by no more than 4 residents or something like that. And if it's a double occupancy room, then maybe that's only 2 rooms. If it's a single occupancy room, it may be 4 rooms. Of course, I want staff's thoughts on if that's feasible or how hard that is, but it seems
It's a lot
like
harder because we don't know what the occupancy of each room's going to be.
it'd be
And so-
easier to
and it
say
can
the number of
change over
rooms.
time. Yeah.
So maybe we just say 4 rooms, and then in some cases it would be 8 residents total, which feels like more than I would be comfortable sharing, or like, this seems like a lot, but it's better than 30 maybe. So if we go that route, but I wouldn't want it to be 1-to-1. I think there's probably a lot of efficiencies that could be gained and still enough privacy, and I don't know if dignity is or is not the right word, but I think that we could still maintain a higher standard of living by limiting it to 4-ish, 3 or 4 units. But I don't know.
Give us a suggestion. Have them give us a suggestion.
Staff could give us a suggestion. That's a good idea.
Great.
I do have one question about the bathroom, and I was just reading from other places where the shower facilities would be locked or secure. Is that part of ours, or is that just part of the?
I can look. I can't recall.
And so I don't remember if I read it in the staff report. I read it in an article, but I read it somewhere about the bathroom was secure. At least the shower facilities was secure.
Yeah, we'll look
in
into
that case. And then the 24 management was on site. We knew that part. And I'm open to the suggestions from the other council members on whether it's an adaptive reuse and it's allowed to have shared, or new construction where it needs to have a private or some type of limited use or co-use facility. And I would also say this is great housing, a number of big cities. And if you were in some college towns in the California area, yes, we didn't have a shared housing, but we had a number of students living in some small places because you couldn't afford it. And I know a lot of college students, or just recently graduated college students. This is one way for them to save money so that they actually could either buy a car or buy a house. And so this is one option. And again, I agree with this is one more toolbox for our housing crunch that we're in. So I appreciate all the effort here. And one last comment, because we got to go through the other two. Go, Councilmember Fowler.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest at this point, I guess this would sort of be a straw poll, so I'd like to get this ordinance moving again, instead of us just like theorizing about all the things. So I would ask that my straw poll would be that we ask planning staff to come back with language modifying the ordinance with both option 1, which would be Chris's, what I'm calling Chris's option, which is the maybe adaptive reuse versus new build and what that looks like. And then option 2, which I'm calling Darren's option, which is sort of capping it somewhere for us to discuss at a future date so that we could maybe actually get something passed.
I would also like to get something passed quickly.
That passes 6-0 with Councilmember. Thank you for that straw poll. Moving on to the next item on the agenda there. Off-street parking or?
Off-street parking, yeah.
Off-street parking.
For parking, Eric Dames is going to join us. He's the project manager over that proposal.
Hi, Eric. It's all yours.
Nice to be with you. Do you have the slide pull up? Should be there.
With your verbal request, they will appear. It'll come up in a second.
Let's just start talking.
I am ready. When it
I'm
pulls
sorry,
up.
Scott, could you repeat that again? We didn't hear. Do you have slides?
Sorry, we did not receive slides for this.
You should have slides.
Okay.
All right.
We'll work on that.
I'll forward them to you.
Nick is going to forward them to Scott.
Okay.
Then we'll have them for you. Sorry.
So yeah, the first thing we'll look at with that is just a quick slide looking at the purpose of this. And as has been mentioned, this is another tool towards affordable housing and a lot of other objectives and goals of the city. Most every single week, I get a phone call from a developer asking when this ordinance is going to be passed. They're antsy for it, they're ready for it, they're excited for it. It's going to be a good tool for them. Parking is very expensive for multifamily housing, and this is going to offer them a lot more flexibility. Just keep going.
Yeah, just keep going.
Okay, I'll just keep going and we'll catch up we're on slide 3 when you're there. So throughout the work sessions, there's been 14 different issues that were raised. Consensus was reached on 13 of those 14 items. And I won't go through them entirely, but an updated transmittal with the 13 changes was sent in April of this year, reflecting those items. And our most recent discussion, when you're there on slide 4, our most recent discussions have focused on the kind of holdout item, which was the council had asked us to look at potential parking solutions for lots under 10,000 square feet, additional reductions. We explored 3 different options, which included letting those lots provide lots between 5,000 and 10,000 square feet to provide 50% of required parking, for there to be no minimum for lots under 10,000 square feet, or just to leave as proposed and rely on reductions elsewhere in the ordinance. That was a fairly complex, we looked at a number of scenarios and tried to figure out the impacts that any of those choices would have, and it turned out there were just far too many variables and ended up being quite complicated. However, next slide. Through it, we did have quite a bit of discussion on that, and the consensus was reached that we should just leave the exemptions as is and rely on reductions elsewhere in the code. So those had to do with reductions for shared parking, proximity to transit, affordable or senior housing, carpool and car share, valet parking, and submitting a parking study. So those were kind of the tools that were already in place. And running through some of the scenarios, there was quite a bit of reductions available for those particular lots in that size. So, next slide. We do have one new item that has emerged since our last discussion, and it has to do with potential exemptions for police substations that are occupying existing buildings. And this has been an item that there's been some potential police substations looking to go into existing buildings, and with the emergency vehicles required to be there, there were issues with potential setbacks and open space, and so we're looking at adding a line in exempting police substations in the existing buildings and to have a reduced landscape setback, a reduction in open space. And again, that would just allow those emergency vehicles to be able to park in those reduced areas. So,
Aren't police vehicles already exempted from all parking? No?
Not on private property. On private property.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So these would potentially be leasing existing properties or something, and then they wouldn't be able to have that.
But it's actually where they could build a parking lot, not where the police car can go, right?
Right. So yeah, that really just leaves us with if there's any questions or discussion on these items, and then moving to the next steps. So.
Thank you, Eric. Cindy, go ahead.
Just on the parking in that public area that we were just talking about with the police, one of the questions that we asked of Rachel, and she's going to get an answer back, I haven't seen it yet, but if I should have, I apologize, but the question of whether they're going to fence that also. I know the police wanted that, but hopefully because it's in the line of sight of the office that they would have, that they wouldn't need to also fence it in that area that's intended to be more of a public friendly area. So I don't know if you guys already know the answer to that, or if you.
We don't, but I would have a hard time imagining that they actually could fence it given the constraints of the site. So.
Thank you, Nick. Councilmember. I just had one question. Thank you very much for that presentation. And I remember all the discussions about the different, requests we had and going through all that. So I appreciate the effort here. And I just want to clarify. So R1, R2, RMF 30 type zonings and ADUs are not applicable to this off-street parking amendment.
I didn't understand the question.
The zoning areas.
Those parking standards aren't changing.
Those parking standards are not changing.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, it changes as you get up in intensity, but particularly in those low density zoning districts, they're maintaining the same for housing.
Correct. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Pui.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I wanted to just throw a thought out there related to parking again, my crazy thoughts. There's an issue that was raised in my district several times when talking to some of my neighbors related to parking structures that buildings will build under their buildings. Landlords charging fees to park in those structures, and therefore, basically, many of the neighbors choosing not to do that to save money for obvious reasons. And then we have parking structures that are underutilized, and then we have the streets, being the overflow for these parking structures, basically, for obvious reasons, people trying to save money. So that to me is an interesting question, and I don't know if there isn't a clear solution to this. But I understand that they want to cancel out their cost to build this, very expensive parking structures under their buildings. But I'm pretty sure that maybe there is a way to pencil this out in a different way that doesn't impact everybody else. And that's something that I'm curious, and if there is a very better solution, or if some other jurisdiction in the country has done something like this, I'll look into this, because we are allowing them to, sometimes through zoning, not in every case, but sometimes we are allowing them an extra floor or more height because of the building of this, these structures, but then they're charging the neighbors the fees, and the fees sometimes become unaffordable. So the public benefit in there, I don't know if it pencils out for everybody. So I would like to see if there is a way to look into this. I know that this is not completely related to the topic, but when we're talking about parking, I feel like I need to throw it out there.
Yeah, I don't know if you want us to respond to that, but what you're describing is a common occurrence when parking is unbundled from the cost of housing. And while it is a way to reduce housing costs, if people are still going to own cars, they're going to still find a place to park them. And so I don't know that there's a zoning solution to that. The thing that comes to mind is like, well, you can require someone not to charge for on-site parking, but then they're just going to roll that into the cost of the unit, right? And so it doesn't actually fix the problem. Yeah.
Councilmember Wharton.
Well, your answer is causing me to rethink my question. Yeah, I guess for me, it's not even street by street where people disagree about parking. It's household by household, or maybe even individuals within the household that feel, that we have way too much parking, that we're way too permissive, and that on the opposite side that there's nowhere to park, and we're and it's defies logic to have less than one stall per unit or whatever, multiple stalls per unit. And so, I don't know of an American city that doesn't have some kind of parking problem. But I had a problem. I guess why do you think that this is going to be a better solution for Salt Lake City than is it going to ease any of the issues that we're having right now, and why? Can you give me that?
So it depends on what that issue is, right? The biggest thing is that
either side.
The single biggest thing that this does is it simplifies our code, and it makes it way more predictable about what can happen. Right now, our code has all kinds of different exceptions and transportation demand management things that just don't seem to achieve what they were intended to do, and they're very confusing and complicated. And so that's the primary, well, not the primary, but one of the primary goals of this. The other thing that it does is it aligns parking to transportation options. And so when you are closer to transit routes and closer to the high quality bicycle infrastructure and mixed use districts, then there is going to be less likelihood of people needing to own a car. And some will choose not to, or they will choose to own one instead of two. And so that's the goal, because we know that we can't improve our air without changing how we move.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, the air quality is a very significant reason for regulating parking, if not the most significant reason for doing so.
But this makes a lot of what we already have uniform, but does it deviate much from the existing law in terms of putting more burdens on parking or less burdens on parking, or which way do you think that this tips the needle?
So it does both. And so in those places where it is, where right now the parking regulations either don't make or are stifling the desired type of growth, or negatively impacting economic development. You can look at like restaurants, for example, where the maximum is so low that we've had a number of people want to open restaurants and they've chosen not to because they can't provide enough parking, even when that's new construction. So it kind of mixes both of those things. It tries to strike a balance between those regulations that were overly burdensome and barriers, but while also creating avenues to promote alternative use of transit and things like that, and get back to creating more walkable, bikeable city.
Okay, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's my last question. I mean it this time. Is what does I think for this subject? Yeah, definitely not. Oh, yeah. That I had a constituent write to you about bike parking, and saying that that we should. Normally with parking, you're required to round to the nearest whole number, but saying that it should be rounded up for bikes because otherwise it could be zero. Would making it be round up for bikes be difficult to do, and would that create inconsistency with other parts of the code? I think that was your concern.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be difficult to do. It basically, in the bicycle parking requirement section, it would just say, fractions of a number shall be rounded up.
Okay.
There's a general statement in the parking chapter that does say we rounded the nearest whole number, but you can put an exception for bicycle parking in there.
Okay. Well, so I would like to ask, I guess, my colleagues, that for bikes that we round up, because otherwise they could round down and have zero accommodations for biking.
Can we discuss? How long will that take? Because we've asked for a round of.
We already need to make a change for that.
The police
precinct thing. It's literally adding a sentence. There's two sections of the ordinance that would be modified as part of this. They're all within something that the council's already considering changes to. I think that we can probably write that, get it to the attorney's office, and they can forward it on. We'll talk to them, but on our end in planning, I think Eric and I and our zoning administrator, Maya Arlema, can probably knock that out in very short order.
Okay, yeah, I just don't want to delay it. Just like the shared housing, I don't want to delay it anymore. And I know I'll make my comment after we vote. We do the straw poll.
So the straw poll is that we're all in favor of what they do,
Yes.
rounding it up. Thank you.
Do you mind if I make one quick comment, Mr. Chair?
You got 30 seconds.
Okay. I think for both this and shared housing, those straw polls that we took, if it turns out that it's going to take several months, and thank you for going on that wild goose chase that I put you on with the 5,000 to 10,000 square foot lots, and I apologize that you had to do all that work, but thank you for looking into it and letting me know it wasn't going to work. But if any of the things that we talk about, any of the last two straw polls do that, then I would propose that we just adopt them as is and make those changes later. So hopefully they'll be very quick, and it sounds like they will. Okay, thanks.
We can do it quickly.
All right.
Thanks.
Next item. RMF 30. Thanks, Eric.
I'm the only team member left on the RMF 30 team. So you're stuck with me. Everybody else has moved on.
There.
Okay, so perfect. First slide's up. So the general goal of this project, just as a reminder, was to remove zoning barriers to housing development. Within the RMF 30 zoning district, the more specific goal is to facilitate the development of small-scale multifamily housing types that are compatible in terms of mass and scale with the existing structures established within those neighborhoods throughout Salt Lake City. Next slide. There are approximately 1,030 parcels located in the RMF 30 zoning district, and the majority of the existing RMF 30 properties are currently utilized as single-family homes. Next slide. For reference, the provided map illustrates the distribution of multifamily zoning throughout Salt Lake City. So all of the orange parcels are multifamily. Next slide. Just as a summary of the RMF 30 amendments, we included the introduction of design standards, all of which include required building entrances, entry features, durable building materials, minimum glass percentage on those primary elevations, as well as limiting the size of blank walls, and then screening of utilities. We're also introducing new building forms. These include cottage developments, sideways-oriented row houses, and tiny homes. Next slide. Through this process, we are proposing to reduce the lot area minimum to 2,000 square feet for a single-family dwelling, and then 2,000 per unit for a two-family, so a total of 4,000, and 2,000 for multifamily. We define anything more than 3, so 3 units or more as multifamily, so that would be a minimum of 6,000 to start a multifamily building. The cottage development and tiny houses would require 1,500 square feet per unit. Next slide, please. We're also introducing the removal of lot width minimums, but we are introducing a lot width maximum of 110 feet, and that's to discourage land banking. Next slide, please. We're also allowing multiple structures on a single property without a planned development process. Oh, sorry, I am a little ahead. Or behind something. The one thing I wanted to note and reintroduce was the preservation, the bonus unit for preservation of structures. So the way that we've calculated
bonus unit is 1 bonus unit per single family or duplex, and then 2 bonus units per multifamily. Again, that multifamily would be 3 or more units. And that concludes my very quick presentation. Can I answer any questions?
Councilmember Romano.
That's 2 bonus units if a multifamily building is being preserved, not if you are preserving a single family building and adding a multifamily building to the lot.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be the calculated based on the structure being preserved.
In the cottage tiny homes, that's 450 square foot or less for the 1,500 square feet per unit.
Yeah, we have a minimum of, let me just pull up that ordinance for the tiny homes. I'll just look that up real quick.
That's okay. We can get that here in a second. And that means eight tiny homes per multifamily building. I'm looking on this slide, reduction of minimum lot area. So you say 1,500 square feet per unit for cottage tiny homes, and you say 8 units max per multifamily building and 6 per row house.
Yes, so there is a minimum and a maximum that you would have to provide. And to qualify as a cottage development.
Oh, okay. That's for a cottage development. Okay.
Yep.
That's, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilmember Pui.
Just quickly, I've been reading about this for a while and learning a lot about this, and I think this is very needed, and we need it to happen. I also appreciate the retention of existing structures and granting that. I know someone that could be in that situation, and I think that it's very true in our city. And this plays to some of the other conversations that we've been hearing about certain overlay that shall not be named, apparently. That some people say that 20,000 properties will be, bulldozed, which is not true. But this will create another tool for those land, owners to create some density, but at the same time keeping the front row, the historical or the historical house or the old house in the front. Maybe even allowing for some of the affordable housing that is already there to stay there. So I appreciate this, and I hope that this moves fast as well.
Thank you for that comment.
Councilmember Fowler.
Thank you. I've just maintained my original concerns from, 18 years ago. That's how long I've been on the council, right? Roughly, Chris? So you guys know what they are. I appreciate the incentive to preserve the already existing structure. I don't know that I maintain that is my main concern for this, and this is me saying I want all the tools in the toolbox for all the different housing stocks, but I also am here representing the people that elected me and my own concerns, right? So I'm just going to throw out there that I still have some of those concerns. I appreciate the work on this. At the end of the day, I do want to have a vote sooner rather than later instead of having something stall forever. I may be the only one that votes a certain way, but I don't want to drag this out any longer. I think that the work that has been done, the public hearing needs to happen again, I think, and which I think we have scheduled. But then you guys have put enough work into it over the years that we probably should just get to it in one way or another.
See no other comments? Kelsey, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nick, did we got it all covered?
Just a reminder, all public hearings have been closed on this, and so.
And this will be on a future action item?
Yes.
In a couple weeks, and when we can get it on the schedule.
Yep, we'll work with planning to get those edits back and get them to the council, then work with you to put it on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, council members. We're going to take a break right now till 4:25. And we're going to talk items 6 and 7 regarding the Other Side Village together. The first one is on reviewing the public benefit analysis of the Other Side Village pilot project at 1850 West Indiana Avenue, and consider a resolution to authorize the lease rate and term follow-up, and also discuss a rezoning to facilitate development of the Other Side Village at 1850 West Indiana Avenue. At the table, we have Allison and Blake and Tammy. All right, Allison, it's all yours.
I didn't prepare an extensive introduction, but I did. My understanding is that this time is mostly for the council to try to figure out where there's consensus on what the council's interested in seeing the attorneys include in the development agreement and the ground lease for this property, for the pilot project. I can say more things about other things if you'd like, Mr. Chair, but I think you summarized the issues.
Councilmembers, any questions for the follow-up? I think we had a lot of answers to our questions already provided, and that's throughout either the staff report or just through emails. So is any, Councilmember Morris?
Thank you. I had a question about a potential development agreement in the rezone for retail storefront in tandem with the opening of the village, but we didn't know. I don't know where that ended. If it was already part of the lease agreement, it was already in paper. We didn't have to worry about it, or was it appropriate to do that at the rezone portion of this project with a development agreement?
Apologies, council member, you're asking about the storefront?
Yes.
No. So the PBA resolution includes a term sheet, and there wasn't a storefront contemplated on the term sheet at that time. So I believe you would have to add that to the resolution.
Okay, and Jen apparently has some information to share.
Just to clarify as well, a development agreement typically ends when construction is complete. Okay. The attorney's office can confirm this, but a storefront use might be better handled through a restrictive use agreement or the ground lease, because those continue on after construction is complete.
Okay.
So we've asked, and the reason I was coming up is because we've asked the attorney's office to work on and think about where is the appropriate place to put the various ideas that the council has discussed, and so they haven't had the time to finalize that yet. But there's the document of the development agreement, which, to Tammy's point, is one kind of mechanism to memorialize sort of the expectations, and another document is the ground lease, which is attached to essentially the city agreeing to let TOSA use the property, and that goes in perpetuity as long as TOSA is using the property. And so, in some ways, the ground lease is a more an enforcement tool with a little bit more teeth than the development agreement even. And so I think we're working with the attorney's office to figure out which wording makes sense to go where. We've sent them essentially the whole laundry list of everything we've heard from you guys, and so that's one thing that we were hoping with this conversation is to figure out of those things that came up last week, like the size of the rezone and expectations for what's in the ground lease. It would be helpful so that the attorney's office can get some guidance about which things the council's interested in, which things the council's no longer interested in, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And Katie, I don't know if you have anything else to add beyond that.
Okay, so do we need to go through the laundry list and a straw poll so that you guys know what we want? I'm not understanding.
I think we've kind of given them what we want, because I would agree on the bodega, or if you want to call it a small grocery store, because the nearest one right now, or a storefront, because the nearest one is like 1.5 miles away. So,
sorry, Mr. Chair.
I'm looking at. Yes, I would like that. And then when I spoke to the Other Side Village, I kind of reiterated the need for a grocery store, food place on site, because the nearest one is close to 1.5 miles away. So I think we had that. We had talked about the thrift shop. We talked about the cookie store. So all that was in part of that development. Councilman Pui?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for interrupting earlier. I think that it's important to not be wide on this when we're talking about. I prefer that we are talking more about, bodega. When we're talking about the specifics, more or the small supermarket than storefront, because storefront could be anything. One of the main issues in the area, and I heard it, from many neighbors, is the lack of, the food desert in the area. So having a place where it is a storefront, but it's specific for, groceries or small groceries, is important to the area, and I think it will be a very good symbol. And I know that this was debated to be built in the in the later stages, but we're asking to be built in the earlier stages at the beginning. And I felt like being a store, they could be selling all the products that they're making, even the cookies. I mean, they don't have to have open a specific store for cookies when they have a grocery store themselves in there. So I feel like that's very important to me and to many in the community in there. If this project is going to happen, I feel like that's something that needs to be there in the contract with the village. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just, my only concern, so I agree with you guys, and I wish we can see a supermarket in that neighborhood for sure, because they need it, they have wanted it for so many years, but I don't know if in the future, when they put the numbers together for a supermarket, Tosa will realize that maybe the purchasing power in the neighborhood is not there to support it and to be so financially sustainable, and then they will come back to us and say, maybe we should do the thrift store, and that's all we can do because we cannot afford, we don't have the market for such a thing, which we have heard from big companies before. And so that's what I'm trying to think. I don't want that the option, if it's not a supermarket or a bodega, and it's just a thrift store. And I don't know how to address that.
You don't want that option, or you do want that option?
I don't want that in the future they come back and say, hey, we couldn't make a supermarket or bodega pencil, so we're just going to put a thrift store only as proposed.
In the or the lease, couldn't we put a provision that it's some sort of food market? And if there's a thrift store and there's some amount of food, I think the goal is that people in this neighborhood don't have anywhere to buy milk or eggs or really basic things. And so even if it was just a small section of the store needs to be open to the public and sell food. I mean, is that clear enough that it could be put in the agreement?
Yeah. I think so. Just to provide some information on discussions that the administration has recently had with TOSA, they have agreed to do a small storefront bodega cookie storefront. That would be a limited scale right now. It would be in a temporary structure is what they're proposing right now until future phases are constructed.
And that's what we asked them to do in the debate here.
Right.
A couple of weeks ago, we told them they were, no, we need to build it later when we have the whole project built out. And we said, no.
Early on.
Can you build it earlier with some of the temporary structures you have so we have a smaller bodega? So, they're agreeing to that, and hopefully it's part of the contract negotiation. So make sure that it is already in writing. That will be very important to me and to the community there.
Thank you.
I meant to interrupt. I'm very interrupted right now, so I apologize.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to make it clear what the discussions have been recently between the administration and TOSA.
Well, that's what I, sorry, I maybe didn't ask the question right. That's what I want to make sure that
I think a larger supermarket operated by a third party is contemplated in a future phase.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to clarify on the security question, we had an early discussion at the chair, vice chair, and whether the security and the fencing would be around the pilot program. I'm going to say 8 acres, fencing for that area. And I know there's going to be public access to the thrift stores, the cookie store, the grocery store. That will have public access, but then the tiny homes would have security around them, and the fencing would be around that perimeter, but just that perimeter of the pilot program until we we see the viability of it, and then we can expand it at that point. Is that how you're reading it, and is that how other council members are reading the security side? Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't around the whole.
No, it would only be around their leased area.
Okay, great. All right, and I agree with that. Any other questions on the public benefits side? How about the rezoning side? This is when we had the discussion whether 8 acres, 28 acres, whatever the other side is. I want to kind of provide them directions.
I still feel how I did previously, that I'd like it to be a smaller amount, and I know that adds additional steps in the future, but in this case, I would like those additional steps so that it gives the public and the council, whether it be us or future council, time to check in and see how it went, how the pilot project went. So 8 acres is fine, or the 10 acres that was discussed last time, in order to allow that expansion of the market and other things like that. But that's where I'm at. I still feel like that's the best direction.
Do we have the map of the slides?
Scott, do we have slides on the Other Side Village project from the last discussion?
I also would like to take the bold position of agreeing with myself from the last meeting. But I thought we talked about doing, okay, well, let's do the rezone for the whole phase 1, but still require check-ins so that we weren't putting the burden on planning staff. Are we not going
That's
to?
what you and I decided.
Oh, was it? Okay.
It was me and you.
Okay.
Conclude.
Could you reiterate what you decided yourself?
Yes, and now I'm agreeing with it, so that's 3. No, it was that I understand the desire to want to have check-ins, but I don't want to have to go through the planning commission and have planning staff make changes to the zoning. So I would be in favor of zoning the whole phase 1 as requested, and then we will require check-ins so that we don't have to reset the whole zoning process. That's what I would like to have happen.
Phase 1, the 26 acres?
Yeah.
I don't know, because I don't have the map,
28
and I
acres.
can't remember any of the numbers if I don't have the
It
map.
was that bottom portion.
Yeah, that's 28.5 acres, yeah.
Boot-ish.
The
sort of a-
bottom orange box on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
That's the 28 acres.
Yeah. Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
We can have all the discussion. My suggestion would simply be maybe ask, since we are still hearing public comment tonight, right?
Yeah.
And deferring, most likely going to, or continuing hearings, that when it comes time, if we haven't, when it comes time to actually take a vote, I would just ask that the motion sheet include both options, and we vote our feelings.
Oh, the 8 or the 26.
Sure.
Mr. Chair?
Can we clarify what the options are? Because I feel like we went from 8, 10, and then the whole bottom unit, and then there's also the parcel, and then there's also the other parcel on top. So I feel like we're talking about 4 different options. I would like to suggest that we differentiate 10 or the whole parcel, so we don't constrain them too much, or also we just do the one parcel, the boot.
Parcel A.
Parcel A.
My suggestion, and I think, Chris, is what you said, is to rezone all of parcel A with the intent, as we know, to have checkbacks to after the pilot program sort of finishes up, or whatever language we need to put in there, as you mentioned last time, Tammy.
Okay, I think we don't need to take a straw poll on that. I think that because we're going to have a discussion on public discussion later on.
Mr. Chair, I have a
Councilmember
question.
Baldemore.
I have a question for you guys on the, maybe Darren and I had talked about what's actually possible to be built on this piece of land. I mean, so we're thinking the future, okay, so if we rezone the whole thing, what else could happen in this piece of property? Like could actually, like houses, not tiny, regular size houses could happen here, could a building or anything. So do we have that kind of information, or is this land, because of the condition of it, only allows for tiny homes and maybe a little storefront?
So-
For the what it's sitting on.
Yeah, so you do have in the packet of information what the FBUN2 zone allows.
Okay.
So that's step one, right? Zoning has to authorize the uses. And then there'd have to be some sort of soil analysis for anyone to get a building permit to build anything. And that either requires, not under city code, but under state and federal regulations, that would either require remediation of that property.
Okay.
Or limit what uses could go there based on that. And that could potentially, I guess, decide within that zone what could happen. I mean, that's going to be an ultimate factor regardless of what the underlying zoning is.
Right.
Yeah.
And I
We
believe,
still own the property.
Yeah.
We are still
Right.
owning, that's an important caveat to this. We're still owning this property. We're not, so it will be for us to develop or not.
I believe the tiny homes will have foundations, so there wouldn't be a different standard of remediation between tiny home residential uses and regular residential uses.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, the same remediation is required for either one because it's the same zoning, FPN2.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. 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 Thanks.
Councilmember Mono.
I guess I want this project to succeed. My ultimate goal is that there is like a significant way for the public and the council to check in at a time 5 or 10 years from now. So whether that is accomplished through a shorter lease or only rezoning the 8 acres or some other check-in that has been discussed, I wouldn't want it to just be like a legislative intent that we check in, but like something where we would actually require the future council and the public to weigh in on it. So the two that make sense to me are the rezoning only a small portion or doing a shorter lease. But maybe there is a third option where we could rezone the whole thing and approve the 40-year lease and there's like an actual significant check-in. I just don't have that in my brain yet.
Yeah, I think that would be the public benefit analysis where we can have those success metrics, and we've been contemplating those together. And from the land use standpoint, the PBA is also what keeps it confined to the 8 acres, that use, without the ability to expand without a legislative check-in.
So there'd be another public benefit analysis before the second phase.
Yeah.
And would that current public benefit analysis / lease agreement include some off-ramp if those metrics were not accomplished, or like not accomplished by some margin that, like, I know we talked about repossessing the land and like buying the things and all that stuff. Like, is that,
An off-ramp for the pilot project?
or yeah, even the first 8 acres, if like these metrics that are put in there are just like wildly unattainable?
There would be provisions in the ground lease or the restrictive use agreement that if they don't meet those provisions, it could constitute a ground lease, and then the legal documents would identify how to resolve those or how to deal with those. So we would have the ties in all of the agreements that are executed. So affordability, if there's a storefront, tenant selection, the remediation, all the different factors, the land uses, all of those will be in the current agreements.
Okay, maybe I just
For the
am more
pilot.
familiar with zoning ordinances than, well, I am more familiar with zoning ordinances than commercial lease agreements, so maybe I just don't, I'll have to just trust staff that is a significant enough check-in.
Right, you don't need a shorter lease because we already have a couple off-ramps up in at that point.
Okay, I guess I'll just have to trust that that's going to be
Maybe
Enough.
I
Of
don't.
Morris?
So the way I see it is what's our out. So basically, if this project is not successful and becomes a burden into the neighborhood, what's our out? Is there a provision in the lease agreement that says if you don't comply with X, Y, and Z, or if X, Y, and Z occurs, which is a burden and not, a benefit to the community, then you breach our agreement and therefore, we can break it right now and you have to move on and we have to move on as well.
Yeah, we could have an attorney weigh in, but if there will be the provisions and the standards and the requirements that must be met as provided through the legal agreements, and if those aren't met, there would be a process to work through those not failures, but not meeting those standards with TOSA. And if worst case scenario, the project went awry and it's just really not meeting our requirements and our standards, that would then constitute a default on the lease.
Mm-hmm.
And then last time we talked about putting a right to purchase the improvement agreement on the project, on the property, so the city then could discuss, I would imagine, purchasing the improvements from TOSA and then taking operation, maybe getting a replacement operator in to operate the project.
Okay.
But we may want to check with Katie or Kimberly on what I just said.
Tammy did a great job. She's a junior lawyer, too. But one thing that I would add is there may be defaults or breaches that are so significant that the city would require more significant action. And then there may be some that we could have a longer cure period or a time to work together to remedy those. And I think that's part of this prioritization conversation, to know what are what I would call sort of the deal killers, or the things that if this does not happen, this is not a partnership that the city is willing to continue, and what are things that the city might be willing to continue to be in partnership and cure in collaboration with this operator. So that might be a good way of framing it as you're thinking about your priorities.
Thanks, Katie. And thanks, Tammy and Blake.
Thank you.
And Nick.
On both ends.
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Rapui.
Thank you. I guess, when we are prioritizing this, these different metrics, it's kind of complicated because, you want, obviously one of the issues that many of the neighbors will have brought up is they don't want an HRC type situation in the neighborhood. So how do you put metrics there that this village is not creating, disarray in the area? Maybe it's through calls of service from the police, and maybe you can say, what is our baseline right now? What is it comparable with a normal neighborhood in the area? Okay, when this is fully functioning, how much worse it is or not, and to measure and compare and contrast, to say, look, you guys are creating a lot of calls for service from the police. This is a breach of our agreement. We need to work on that, and that might be something that is very important to me. Make sure that the community is protected. It's one of the main things, and also to be fair though, much like the HRCs are not responsible for what happens in the street, the village arguably wouldn't be necessarily responsible for what happens in the street. So we also need to balance all of this out. I heard reassurance from the village that they will not, from the people that they don't want to have in the village anymore, they will not just let them out right there, that they are going to transport them to other facilities or connecting with other service providers. So I trust that is part of the agreement still in there. To me, it's important that we're not just letting people, disconnected from other services, that we are connecting them. So I feel like we need to create these metrics more specifically, and I know it's kind of rough and hard, but I wanted to make sure that there is some base in there to protect the neighbors.
Thanks. That's really helpful. They did agree to the transportation support. We also have the red Wood Road network and the West Side On Demand to assist too. And I agree with your feedback. We have neighborhood metrics that will be a part of agreement. So outside of kind of tenant selection, fair housing compliance, we also have agreed upon community amenity components with the bodega and storefronts, public safety being the number of police calls, and also code enforcement, so number of code enforcement cases. We have a variety of metrics that we'll use to track that can be those quantitative data points where we can have the check-ins to gauge success.
Thank you, Blake. So it's, you know, we've thrown out a lot of stuff with some different priorities. And so now, you know, you have the action to kind of gather them all up, make them into a document that we can actually read and kind of digest, and then we can actually then look at that one, maybe hit it one more time, but really then that is what we were going to be approval. Right now we're just throwing out a bunch of things that we want in the document. Now we want to see what the document looks like so we can actually read it all in one place and then approve it or adjust it.
One more question.
Go right ahead.
So moving on from the lease, talking about the population that they will be serving, which is, from what I understand, mentally ill. People are experiencing homelessness. Can you remind me of who the provider will be, who will be helping these folks with their medication or appointments, or the caseworkers, or how does all that work? And whoever they're contracting out with, is that also part of the agreement? Have they signed off on, yes, we will be the service providers for TOSA at this village, and this is what we're providing?
The details are not that far along. So what we've negotiated in the term sheet attached to the resolution, it says that TOSA needs to partner with service providers that are licensed and experienced in providing the services that they're providing. And those service providers' agreements have not been executed yet. Those relationships haven't been formalized, but they do have letters of interest or intent from various service providers, primarily Valley Mental Health, I believe, is Valley Behavioral Health, sorry, they changed their name, and 4th Street Clinic, and those letters of intent are in the transmittal on the PBA.
And Sugar House Dental as well.
Okay.
And so those are more exploratory partnership discussions right now. Nothing has been formalized.
Okay. And is this something that we do want to formalize so that we have agreements from everybody on what we're all embarking on at all? Or are we just going to say, this is a wish that you have, and hopefully you agree after we sign everything off?
Yeah, there will be certain requirements that the administration will work towards before we execute the land lease. Those are also identified in the resolution on the term sheet in the packet. So I'd have to go back and look to see if securing and formalizing these partnerships are on there or not. But once the council, if the council gives approval to move forward with the discounted land lease, we will continue to work with TOSA and make sure that certain requirements are met before actually executing the land lease.
Okay. All right.
And I'd have to look and make sure that that's one of the requirements. If not, that would be one of the elements in the land lease or in a restrictive use agreement that if they don't move forward and formalize those partnerships, it would be a default.
Okay. That's important, I think, because, you know, the population that they're trying to help it's probably a tough one to deal with, and so we need to have the right partners to deal with it so that it's successful, and you know, it's another tool in the toolbox, Dan's toolbox on solving homelessness. But it's also, I mean, it is my hope that this is so successful that it can be replicated in other communities, and I think that's one of TOSA's goals as well. You know, they want to be successful, and really they want to be a national model, you know, because they truly believe that this could work and helping this specific group of people. So I want to make sure that we all are at the same level and the same level of commitment with the right providers as well. So thank you.
Go ahead, Katie.
One of the questions that Katie and I were just talking about is whether the council will have the opportunity to see the documents before they vote on the zoning or on the public benefit analysis, or whether it would need to be a list of items in a motion sheet, or exactly what the options are for that. So we might need a little bit of clarification on that, and I think Katie can provide that.
Thank you very much, Cindy. Because these documents are conditions to the legislative decisions that you're making on the public benefits analysis and on the rezone, and because, as we've discussed, this sort of waterfall of remedies is very important to the council, we can work to have those documents drafted for you to review prior to you taking action. That I need to talk to my team and the CAN team about the timing on that, and I don't know what your timing is, and of course you haven't made the decision on when you would schedule this for a final vote, but we can commit to that within a reasonable time period so you've got the whole package.
Thank you, Katie, because I think it would be really allay a lot of fears and unknowns and apprehension if we had that document before we made a motion and before we actually put that to a vote.
Just to clarify expectations, Katie, it seems like there's a lot there that would take some time. It's not possible, or is it possible to get it done for the October 4th meeting for another briefing? Or I don't want to push you, I just want to know what's realistic.
Let me talk with my team, if that's okay, and we can get back to you on that so that we can be realistic. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Katie, just a question. I think we've contemplated working through some requirements, including making sure they have adequate funds to move forward with construction and finalizing some details. So I would hope we would have all of the information right now for complete docs, but if there was some outstanding information, maybe we could work with the council on that and note specifically what we would work towards completing before actually executing the documents.
I'll just jump in and say what I'm hearing from the council is that there are certain sections of these documents that are very important to the council, and they have to do with the must-haves and the remedies if those must-haves are not achieved. Some of the other sections of the document may still remain in draft form that are more administrative or operational. And so we may be coming to you saying, these are what we would like you to focus on for the purposes of your motions, if that makes sense.
Councilman Fowler.
Yeah, just real quick. Sorry, Tammy, you mentioned the term sheets. Was that in the packet? Because I looked at the resolution and didn't see it attached.
I believe
it is. I just had it up. Let me refer you to that page. So the term sheet, or I'm sorry, the resolution begins on, it looks like, sorry, one second.
I'm not using.
And council member, it would be in the PBA transmittal, not the zoning.
Got it. Okay. That's what I was looking for.
And it's
Thank
on
you.
about page, it begins on page 7 of the PDF.
Sorry, it was on it. Okay. I think thank you very much for the discussion. You have your marching orders, and then you'll get back to us on a possible date when we're completed there. So appreciate that.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you very much for that. We're moving on to item number 8, ordinance budget amendment number 3 for fiscal year 2022 to 23. We got Ben coming up. Mary Beth somewhere around here. I saw her. John? All right, Ben, it's all yours. Kick it off.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. There's a public hearing on Budget Amendment number 3 scheduled for tonight. There are 20 proposed amendments, and they total just over $60 million in expenditures. There's $538,000 proposed to come from general fund balance. If that amount is approved, then fund balance would be 16.7%, which is $15.8 million above the 13% minimum target. Before we go into the individual items, as requested during the last budget amendment, the Finance Department has provided an update on sales tax revenues through the end of fiscal year 22. And I think Scott can put those up on the screen for us.
Council Chair, we're going to, Andrew Reed is going to do the presentation, and Lisa McCarver is online, but she's ill, so we don't want her here.
Awesome, thank you. All right, so this is supposed to be just an informative discussion around sales tax, so feel free to kind of stop me and ask questions as we go along. A lot of this stuff is probably not a huge surprise just based on our past discussions and just the current economic environment that we're in. The actuals that you see, or the revenue that you see, is the actuals that we have actually received in revenue. So this is post-distribution from the revenue that is received from the tax commission and then sent out to the municipalities. So the next slide, please. So, and hopefully you can read up there. So basically this is just an actuals versus budgets comparison, and growth is synonymous with percentage change. So basically the difference between the current year and the previous year divided by the previous year. So that's kind of where we get growth. So as you can kind of see, we've increased a lot the last 2 years with actuals and with budget. The last, between 2020 and 2021, we increased 11% in actuals. And then between 2022 and 2021, we've actually increased by 17%. That's the most I've ever seen with my tenure at the city. And then also, you can also see we've increased the budget for this current fiscal year by 23%, and that's a pretty big jump. We've never increased the budget that large as well. So there's a couple things that kind of go in line with that.
And
yeah.
And on the budget side, we're 10% above what we had budgeted for last fiscal year, 22 budget. 17% above on actual growth, but 10% above the budget.
No, so basically the percentages within the yellow are just the percentage differences between budget, the previous year's budget and that year's budget.
Okay, got it. That's just a budget. Gotcha.
Yeah, I apologize. It's just comparing the budget with the previous budget, and then the actuals are kind of comparing. You can kind of see, it's a pretty large increase. You kind of read that bottom line, between 2016, 2020, the average actuals were 5.1, and the budget average growth in the budget was 5.6. So these are huge jumps, and there's many factors that kind of have to go that have to do with that. Part of it is inflation. Part of it is just bouncing back from COVID, and let's see, I got a couple other things on my list here. So, yeah, that's kind of it, I guess. So, I apologize. You go to the next slide there. So basically, based on the revenue that we receive, The majority of the revenue falls within these 6 sectors, which are retail trade, wholesale trade, accommodation and food services, manufacturing, real estate, rental and leasing, and the information sector. And by and large, retail is about 40% of the revenue that we receive. So really, if you wanted to dissect, where's the revenue coming from, what categories, it's these 6 sectors, and by far it's coming from retail trade. So a couple things. So the difference in the categories there. So the diff FY is just the difference between the prior year, and then the year-over-year percentage change is just the growth from the prior year. And then there's the percentage of the total revenue. And you can get a full list of all the sectors in the appendix. So on Appendix B on the last slide, to kind of get a full list of all the breakdowns. So you go to the next.
On the accommodation side of the house, so accommodations did really well this past year, like we knew that would, but we're still well below the 2019, correct? Even though we had a big jump in 21.
I would suspect that we're still below 2019. I think that we're still coming out of the pandemic. Yeah, that's what I would think.
But it was a good jump from 21.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. I mean, you can see on the graph. So on the bottom part of the graph, we're actually a little bit higher now when it comes. Well, let me see. Accommodation and food is orange. Yeah, we're just barely kind of getting back over that hump. But yeah, I think a lot of that has to do with, there is probably a lot of demand, but there's not a lot of workers to meet that demand. So like if you walk around downtown, sometimes some of these restaurants aren't open during the day because they don't have the workers basically to fulfill that role. So I think we're getting there. I haven't seen a slowdown within any of these sectors yet. So go to the next slide. So another kind of big driver that I've kind of been keeping track of is the count of businesses. So this is basically a count of the different account numbers, a distinct count of the different account numbers year over year. So, and really, I mean, the biggest jump has been in the retail trade. So there's far more retail trade businesses that have popped up, especially since 2019. And I suspect that a lot of these have to do with online sales because back between about 2018, 2019, a law was passed to start charging those businesses in sales tax. So that's what I suspect. I'm still kind of looking into that reasoning there. Go to the next slide. So this is kind of where do we go from here, right now. So we've got a complete year of actuals, so from July to June. Again, there's a 2-month lag in when we receive actuals. So this week we're actually going to be getting the first July's revenue numbers this next week. This basically what this model is based on. This is basically a time series model that was ran, and there's 3 different models that I run, and basically I just pick the one that is trained and tested and has the best results, and that's kind of what it came out to be. And it's this ETS model, which stands for error, trend, and seasonality. I can get more in depth on how the models actually work, but basically this is just based on the historical data that we have on hand. So it's not taking in any other multiple variables, outside variables. It's just based on the data that we have in the history and the trend and the seasonality of that data. There's nothing to predict, a pandemic or a recession or any type of a war or any type of outside factors. So that does play into our decision making with that. If you see that little black dash, that's kind of where the budget is in regards to this. So basically this is just a range. So we're kind of in the lower end. We're being very conservative, I guess, with our numbers so far. So we're just in the lower end. So we're really confident that we're not going to go lower, 95% confident that we won't go lower than the red. And we're 80% confident that we wouldn't go lower than the top of the yellow line. So we're kind of, it's really hard to say, kind of going into the future, kind of where we'll end. But as you can see, there is a possibility that we can receive a lot of revenue this year.
So I think the reason that Andrew has predicted this with the low 80% confidence level is because of everything that's going on right now. You all know, with the economy and interest rates going up and inflation, we want to be very mindful that we don't go to the 95 million average forecast, because this is a historical trend model without any of those other factors that play into it. So we have to be mindful of that. But what he's saying is that he believes that even with those factors, that he's going to be between 80 and $85 million, excuse me.
Yeah, correct. So if there's no questions, you guys can jump to the next slide. And then we'll just finish up, the last kind of bit is just the unexpected, with inflation. That's kind of played a lot is we expected inflation to increase, but we didn't expect it to increase this fast. So that's definitely part of the reason why we've lagged a little bit behind. I know if you looked at the first slide, it kind of looks, we dropped the budget in 2021 when in actuality, the actuals came out ahead. We actually increased in actuals that year. So we are kind of, in a way, kind of just playing catch up and just trying to understand kind of where we're going to move in the future. So yeah, that's pretty much it. If you guys have any questions, there's also some other diagrams on the last 2 pages of the document that just kind of give a month-over-month analysis, and then also a breakdown of all the sectors.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. Very nice.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. Ben, back to you on Budget Amendment 3.
So that takes us to the individual items, and A1 is a good example of inflation and supply chain impacts that we're experiencing as a city. It's a request for $3 million to purchase refuse packers, garbage trucks. It's split into 2 parts. $2.8 million for 7 new packer vehicles, and $200,000 to cover cost increases for another 6 of these vehicles. Those 6 were originally ordered last fiscal year, but the manufacturer has told the city the costs have gone up since then. And the timeline for the city to order and actually receive the vehicles is over a year. So even though we're placing the order now, we probably won't get them till winter of 2023. The vehicles are a mix of clean diesel and certified natural gas. There are no hybrid options currently available. There are some all-electric versions available. They're relatively new, and they're still going through real-world reliability testing, and they're quite expensive. But the Sustainability Department hopes to come back in a future budget opening when they have higher confidence in those electric options. The next item, A2, this is the $6 million request from the CIP holding account for deeply affordable housing grants. The council had a briefing from Mayor Mendenhall and Andrew Johnston last Tuesday about this item. And the motion sheet for the public hearing tonight does include the option to close the public hearing and adopt this item if you are interested.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ben, I just want to clarify something just because it's the way my brain works. The $6 million that's being proposed comes from the CIP that the council allocated and is just one-time funding for what was described to us as sort of some gap financing for projects that may need some help that qualify for whatever sort of parameters we're putting on this program.
You're correct. Last fiscal year, the council put funding into a CIP holding account, one-time funding. There is $6.8 million remaining. The proposal is for $6 million to be used for these one-time grants.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because sometimes in my head, fund seems perpetual and that it's going to continue being a fund that's there. And I wanted to make sure that precedent was clear in my brain of this being one-time funding. So thank you.
I can give a quick summary of the points that were discussed by the council as well as the program, but I know that was just discussed last week. It would be helpful for staff if there are changes that the council wants to make. If you wanted to decrease the $2.5 million maximum award, if you wanted to change the April 15th, 2023 deadline for at least half of the units to be available, because we would add those to the motion sheet. Otherwise, it will be as discussed. Okay. The one thing the motion sheet does have is the clarification that each of the funding recommendations will return to the council for final approval. This is the same as the RDA's NOFA process. Items A3, 4, and 5 have been withdrawn. So item A6, it's a request for $500,000 from general fund balance to the governmental immunity fund. And this is due to the amount of actual claims that have been paid so far into the fiscal year. It's higher than typical at this point. So the additional funding is to make sure that there's enough in the fund to pay out potential claims based on historical averages. We don't actually know, but based on the averages, more is likely needed. A7 is a request for $38,000 from general fund balance to cover a cost increase for the city's membership with the Utah League of Cities and Towns, or ULCT. The membership increased after the annual budget was finalized. The higher total cost is $221,000. And then there's a item in section D, housekeeping, D2, we wanted to call out. It's a budget neutral transfer of an FTE from the mayor's office to the Housing Stability Division in Cannes. The position is a consumer protection, is it an analyst? Analyst. It was previously in the finance department. And the position is described as promoting tenant rights, providing mediation and legal services, and tracking and decreasing evictions in the city. This would be coordinated with the attorney's office and the finance department. And this could be consistent with the council's recent legislative intent to have a tenant ombudsman in the city. A couple policy questions if the council's interested. You could ask the administration to clarify whether the position is providing new city services or if these are existing city services, and if any renter in the city would have access to them or if certain groups could be prioritized. Other questions are how renters would hear about these services, how the city's justice court and 3rd District Court across the street, how the position would coordinate with them to track evictions. Sometimes it's most effective to intervene at the courthouse before the case has already proceeded through some of the process, as well as if there'd be coordination with other community service providers, since there are several organizations providing these services, but they're not meeting the level of need in the community.
Mr. Chair.
Great questions.
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
I would love to ask all these questions. Thank
Exactly.
you.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chair, besides all of those? This says that it was transferred from the finance department to the mayor's office, so did we have a position similar to this position in the finance office, or we're just saying there's an FTE and we're moving it and we're making this up as, I mean, we are kind of making it up, which I appreciate because these are all the things that I was curious about recently, but I'm curious of the FTE transfer.
So we received a grant, I don't know, 5 years ago, I think 5 years ago, pertaining to a consumer protection analyst. That individual created some program material pertaining to, first of all, tenants, and then seniors. He has a whole plan that we have also transferred to CAN as well. So we transferred it to the mayor's office because we thought, well, consumer protection fits nice with equity and diversity, and then they're like, well, we don't really do the outside, so they've moved it to CAN. But all the planning and the work that finance did, CAN will be implementing and going forward with. So there may be some new stuff, but they'll keep the existing stuff that we did previously as well.
And I'm also wondering, that is great. All these questions sound great, and literally, we were talking about it the other day, of how we need public defenders for tenants. So love it. But I'm looking at this from a budget standpoint. So it was paid for from a grant, but now it's budgeted. Probably, I don't imagine that the grant is still paying for it. We are, right? And so that FTE is already budgeted within finance, which now will just be budgeted in CAN.
It was budgeted in finance, then budgeted in the mayor's office, now budgeted in CAN.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
The next item is in section E. There are three noteworthy grants. The first, E1, is over $36 million from a federal grant for retrofitting the City Creek water treatment plant. And this is primarily to mitigate seismic and flooding hazards. There is a local match of $15.8 million, and that will be budgeted over the next 3 fiscal years in public utilities. E2, this is a $2 million state grant to design and construct protected bike lanes on 300 West from 900 South to 300 South. The current reconstruction project on 300 West does include protected bike lanes from the city limits at 2100 South up to 900 South. And this $2 million state grant will extend those protected bike lanes into the downtown up to Pioneer Park at 300 South. The other grant to call out is E3. It's $950,000. It's also a state grant. And this is for completing one of the last major gaps in Parley's Trail. It's in Sugar House at Highland Drive and Sugarmont. When the project is complete, the only remaining major gap for Parley's Trail will be between State Street and 300 West, which is in South Salt Lake. The city did work with the city of South Salt Lake on the local link study, which was recently completed, and it has recommendations for how to finish that last gap in the trail. There are 2 council-added items. I-1 is a $100,000 grant award from the Utah Department of Workforce Services to continue and expand the Know Your Neighbor program. This would fund a volunteer coordinator, an FTE, from October 1st through September 30th next year. So this would increase the number of volunteer coordinators from 1 to 2 working on the program. The program, it connects local volunteers with refugees to facilitate resettlement. So this can take a variety of forms based on the needs of the refugee family. So it could be how to ride tracks, how to go grocery shopping, how to apply for a job, how to do some technical skills training at a community college. It can be a variety of things. The program's goal is to recruit and onboard at least 30 volunteers to provide these aid services to at least 30 refugee families. And I think we have Coletta, as well as the State Refugee Services Office staff here if there are questions on the program. The administration is requesting a straw poll. Given the grant award acceptance deadline, the authorization for the revenue and the expenditure wouldn't happen until this item is approved in the budget, though.
Are there any questions or concerns about this one? Maybe we can just give them a thumbs up that we are planning on.
I have a question, apologize. Do we know how long this grant goes for? It's just the 1 year, right?
Correct, it's just the 12 months.
I think it's great to take money. I just want to point out what Anna and I have talked about a little bit in council meetings is that then we create an expectation of ongoing FTEs with not ongoing money unless we get more grants. So there's a few in here that are on the consent agenda that also do the same thing, creating several FTEs with 3-year, 1 year, 4-year money. So just remembering to voice that.
Right.
With that, I'm supportive of taking money.
Exactly, so we have a straw poll. Does anyone want a straw poll on that we would approve this grant?
Yep.
With our eyes wide open, like Councilmember Fowler said, on future funding.
The last item in Budget Amendment 3 is I-2, and it's a housekeeping follow-up item. You may remember from RDA Budget Amendment number 1. It's $1 million of parks impact fees for the Marmalade Plaza project. And there'll be a corresponding item in a future RDA budget amendment to put return to the revolving loan fund and the Arctic Court infill home the money that you approved last week. And that's everything I have.
Thank you, Ben. Questions for Ben, Mary Beth, or John? Nice. Appreciate it. We're moving on to item number 9. Ordinance of placement of a small cell wireless in the public way. We have Sylvia here. And Kimberly, I saw Kimberly, there she is. And Mark, come on down. It's all yours, Sylvia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief opening line. The Attorney's Office has drafted an ordinance to include the design standards for the small cell wireless facilities as requested by the council. And the design standards are listed on page 1 of the staff report, items A through E. And the purpose of the briefing is to review those design standards and to identify any follow-up items or questions from the council. There are 2 policy questions listed on page 2 of the staff report, and there's also an attachment which it gives the administration's implementation guidelines that relate to the small cell wireless facilities. And Kimberly or Mark, unless you have any thoughts?
One of the things that we wanted to do as far as the small wireless facilities and ensuring that we, with the ordinance, could address some of the items and concerns that council has had in their various districts was to work with our small wireless providers to incorporate some of these things and make sure that they take into account the concerns that we have had. And so in the
the design standards, we have already been implementing several of these items to make sure that when we receive pre-applications from the wireless providers, that we are not only allowing us to be able to review against the design standards all of the items to make sure that it meets our requirements, but also gives us a chance to make sure that we can ask some very specific questions of them of co-location on existing poles for Rocky Mountain Power and Salt Lake City streetlight poles, some aesthetic items as well, including installations and where we would prefer them to be on collector streets as opposed to residential streets that might be less traveled. And then the last, where possible, we would be able to put them on existing poles and alleyways so that we can limit the number of these new freestanding poles as part of our urban landscape.
Thank you, Mark. I mean, I remember this is from like day one of being on the council was these 5G poles. And I think it seems like, wow, I thought we'd finish this thing. And then I saw this, but you've kind of hit everything that we've asked for. And I appreciate that very much, because reducing the number of poles, the unsightliness of the other poles, and this has gone a long way. So I very much appreciate the work we've done here. And I don't have any, does anybody else have any questions or concerns or on the polls?
A quick
Councilmember
comment,
Fowler?
Mr. Chair. I too just want to say thanks for all the hard work, especially with all of the constraints that the state has put on how we install these things and what we do in different ways. And so I think navigating and threading the needle with the partners there and creating those relationships so that we can address the concerns in a way that makes everyone happy, or is at least as happy as we can all be given the parameters that we had. It really is good work, and I think it's just a testament to the quality of work that you both do, and really kind of, like I said, needing that threading that needle. It's time for coffee when I get dyslexic like that. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, but I do want to hit just question number two from the policy questions on the enforcement mechanism. What's available to the administration if they are not abiding by the design standards, or they fail to, or the penalties there, enforcement of that?
Absolutely. One of the things that we have kind of in place to kind of mitigate this is there are two application processes. There's a pre-application process whereby the small wireless providers will send in, excuse me, the desired locations, and that we are able to then take a look at that against the design standards. We give them that pre-approval so that they can then go back and do final design and do FCC licensing. Then upon the actual formal application, they will give that to us as part of their permit application that they submit. We take a look one more time against all of these design standards that we have and the final plans that they've given us. If that does meet and still meets all of the requirements, then we will give a pass and we will approve the permit. Then after construction, during construction, we will ensure that they are following all of the design standards. And if there are any problems, then at the end of construction, we can address those during warranty periods and require contractors to make, on behalf of their 5G provider, any fixes that need to be done.
All right, thank you. Council members? Councilmember Wharton.
So this is a topic that has been of great interest to me, so thank you. We talked when we had this briefing prior to about parts of the aesthetic, including like artistic things for the designs, like and I'm assuming that is covered under the aesthetic language.
Correct. One of the things that we have, and that we can, especially in historic districts or things of that nature, where we want to maintain the look of what the neighborhood is, we can require them to provide poles that would match existing, say, fluted poles or streetlight poles in various districts, so that it will blend in and match. Other aesthetic things that have been considered are the hideaway green, the various colors that could help it blend more into its surrounding natural environment, so that it's not as much of much of a stand out as much.
Sure, well, but we talked about like in some places where they've required them to look like trees and they don't necessarily look like trees. But then there was an example that we gave where one was like decorated like a pencil or something. So this would allow for that.
So, Councilmember Wharton, I think that discussion came up with a potential monopole, which is a really large cell tower that's being considered near the Pioneer Precinct.
Huh.
And they had requested, you can allow stealth towers, and they had proposed a monopine, and there was some loss of love for the monopine amongst this group. And so I think that is somewhere where we have maybe more flexibility. We haven't talked about it with the small cell installations.
Okay, so I'm getting my wires crossed then.
Like, because I think you're thinking of like decorative wraps or something like they do above ground utility poles or whatever, or utility boxes. I don't think that's something that we have contemplated for small cell poles.
Yeah,
we have
no,
for
you're
bigger
right.
things.
I'm getting confused, but I appreciate what your answer was, that the design materials and things like that we can be more.
We're trying to make them blend in.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Mark gets to stay right there.
I'll stay seated.
Right, stay seated. We're on to item number 10, advice and consent, Salt Lake City engineer, Mark Stevens. So Mark is being considered as an appointment to the Salt Lake City engineer, as the Salt Lake City engineer. Mark, it's great to have you.
It's great to be here.
Thank you for being with us, and thank you for all your work you've been doing over the years. So any other questions or comments for Mark? I'm just going to ask him about, just tell us a little bit about your vision and some of the issues that you want to try to tackle here.
Oh, absolutely. Council members, it's
You got a couple, you don't have to go too depth.
All right. Perfect. Well, council members, it's an honor to sit before you tonight in this fine city of Salt Lake that we find ourselves in. It is the past 2.5 years since I've been with the city. It has been a pleasure to work with all the various departments and the collaboration that we have, and that is quite frankly the vision that I have, is the collaborative nature between the different departments so that we can all together collectively make sure that the various components that we're required to through standards, through city code and everything else are accomplished, but at the same time we're able to intake the vision of what our council members, our residents, constituents, businesses need throughout the projects that we have. And that's been an amazing experience over the past 2.5 years to see our various departments work together and really engage the public as we go through and do these projects so that we can get and intake as much of what they value and put that value into our projects. And so that's one of the things that I've really enjoyed the past 2.5 years as I've been with the city. And that is what I intend to continue and help promote within.
Thank you, Mark. Questions, comments for Mark?
Just excited that you want to do this in this position. So thanks for staying with us, and I'm excited to see what you do and how you direct that department. So
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll just say congrats, and I meant what I said, that all the work that you do really shows the caliber of your work in and of itself, and of where I think that you will be able to and want to take the department. And I say it all the time, but Salt Lake City has the best employees of any city in the entire United States, and anyone can fight me on that, but I'm right. And it's because we truly, I believe everyone that works for this city cares about it as much as all 7 of us, 8, 9, the mayor's office sitting up here today, is that it shows throughout the work is the passion and dedication to the city itself. So I look forward to it. Congrats.
Thank you very much. One of the things I always say to my staff is that, they are truly my work family, and that we as Salt Lake City is a work family, and I look forward to working with each and every one of you over the years.
Thank you, Mark, and we look forward to working with you also, and you'll be on the formal agenda tonight. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right. You have a great evening.
You too.
We're moving on to item number 11, Board Appointment, Housing Advisory and Appeals Board with Teresa Clark. And I'm thinking Teresa's online.
Council Chair, Teresa had some issues joining, so I'm troubleshooting with her right now. She should be on shortly.
Okay.
Teresa, you are unmuted.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening, Teresa. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, thank you for joining us this evening, and thank you for this evening. I guess it is evening. And thank you for volunteering to be on the Housing Advisory and Appeals Board. Tell us a little bit about why you want to be on the board and maybe a little bit about yourself.
Well,
And we'd love to see your square.
I don't know why I can't be seen. We've had a problem trying to get me in. My correct pronunciation of my name is Teresa,
Teresa. Okay, thank you.
but I go by Tess, so it's easier. I don't know if I filled it out correctly. I was referred to the housing advisory board through Montina Porter, who is the manager at the housing authorities. I teach peer support, and I love working with the homeless. Right now, I volunteer teaching at the rescue mission. And I was looking and getting involved with helping out with the homeless community and their housing problems.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Is there a question from the council? Councilmember Fowler?
Thank you so much for joining allegedly until later today, but thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tess, for joining us this evening. You are free from any other questions from the council members. You'll be on this evening's consent agenda. You need not be present to win, and we'll look forward to your work on the board.
Okay, thank you very much. Please keep me informed.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear.
So, council, we're now moving on to, I'll finish this up first. Item number 12, report of the chair, the vice chair. Nothing from us? Announcements from executive director? Nothing? And we are going into a closed session right now for, what are we looking for? Attorney-client property matters and purchase of property, sale or real property, including former water, no? Acquisition and leasing of real property. So I will look for a motion to go into closed session.
And so, Chair, I move that we move into closed session for the reasons just stated by you.
Second.
Any discussion on this closed session? All in favor? I'll roll call it. Councilmember Fowler?
Aye.
Pui?
Yes.
Wharton?
Yes.
Mono?
Yes.
Ballamores?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That passes 6-0 with Councilmember Pizarro absent. So we'll be adjourning from the work session meeting at this time and entering closed session here shortly. And we'll stay on this link, WebEx.
Just to clarify for the record, the work session will be adjourned following the closed session meeting.
And the work session will be adjourned following the closed session.
Is that correct?
Thank you.
Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Brian Young with Salt Lake City TV. On our episode today, we have an interview with Sophia Nicholas, who's the Sustainability Deputy Director, to talk about the Solar Salt Lake City program. For our History Minute, we talk about Revenge of the Ninja, an infamous film shot here in Salt Lake City. Before we get to those, let's take a look at our legislative update, our look back, our look ahead, and of course, our road construction update.
At its August 16th meeting, the City Council voted to add an $85 million general obligation bond for parks and public lands projects to the November ballot, and they also approved a proposed $67.5 million sales tax revenue bond. Voters in Salt Lake will decide whether to approve the GO bond, which is key to implementing the Reimagine Nature Public Lands Master Plan. Only the GO bond will be on the November ballot. The City Council also heard a briefing on amendments to the city's budget, and the council heard a report on the 2021 election, which the city conducted on a pilot basis as a ranked choice voting without a primary. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council. Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, Salt Lake City School District staff and students, UTA staff, and the Salt Lake Education Foundation celebrated an innovative new program that will give free transit passes to K-12 students and staff in Salt Lake City School District. This is an equitable collaboration that will make a positive difference for Salt Lake City families as well as our community's air quality.
These transit passes are a big deal. It's about so much more than just expanding the already awesome school bus network. It's about literally creating pathways for you as our future, our students today, to say yes and to have your city, your school district, and your transit agency understand how important you are and put you at the top of our priority. So to 21,000 of you, we love you. We want you to succeed.
The passes will be available beginning with the 2022 through 2023 school year and will be valid on UTA bus, tracks, the S-Line streetcar, and UTA On Demand.
In Salt Lake City's hot and dry climate, trees need to have supplemental watering to survive. It is the responsibility of the adjacent property owner to water trees in the park strip. Salt Lake City Urban Forestry provides a watering bag with each newly planted tree. If you need any help figuring out tree watering and other ways to help with water conservation, visit the city's website for ideas. Salt Lake City has begun installing 20 miles per hour speed limit signs throughout the city, marking the final step of implementing a recently adopted ordinance that lowers the speed limit from 25 miles per hour on local streets. The ordinance impacts approximately 420 miles, or 70% of the city's public streets. Replacing the approximately 575 signs from 25 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour will continue into August in order to increase safety on city streets. While lowering the speed limit is an important move, city officials recognize that this is only the first step towards safer, livable streets.
Road construction continues in Salt Lake City, and for our update this week, we're going to take a look at 200 South and Main Street.
You may have noticed that Main Street resurfacing has been going on for the past few weeks. Prep work included crack seal and inlays, and chip seal aggregate has now been put down to prolong the life of the road. Once the seal has been completed, a new striping pattern is put on top. The new street design includes going from 2 lanes each way to 1 lane each way, as well as providing designated bike lanes separate from street parking. This project will not only make the road last longer, but also will allow for more bikes and slower traffic to easily navigate the route. Learn more at the Life on State Bikeways study website. 200 South Road reconstruction continues as our crews move westward. You'll notice new bus islands and curb bulb outs around 900 East. Our crews are following the path of a new Dominion gas line installation. The cooperation between projects has been great to see. The primary amount of work currently is between 400 and 500 East, so be aware and drive slowly through construction zones. We're looking to be at 200 East by the end of this year. Learn more at 200southslc.com.
That's it for our road construction update this week. Remember, if you want to keep up to date on these projects or any others, visit us at slc.gov/construction. For our interview this week, I spoke with Sophia Nicholas, the Deputy Director of the Salt Lake City Sustainability Department, about the Solar Salt Lake program.
So the city's been invested in making impactful climate programs for over 20 years. We have some ambitious climate goals, including helping our whole community go to 100% renewable electricity by 2030. While we've been focusing on the utility scale with that goal, we also recognize the importance of rooftop solar. So that's the solar that goes on your homes, it goes on businesses, just your individual structures. And for the last year, our department has been working to develop a request for proposals, and we put that out looking for a local solar installer that could offer a discount for a bulk purchase just for Salt Lake City residents. And we're calling it Solar Salt Lake, and we launched it at the beginning of August, and it offers a small discount depending on the nature of your home and your needs for up to 50 Salt Lake City residents. Go to our website, solarsaltlake.org. You can check the status there. We've had a lot of interest in the program already, but we will be keeping the interest enrollment form open until September 2nd or until we reach 50 confirmed contracts. So on that website, you can see more about the workshops that we have coming up. We have a whole list of frequently asked questions. You can learn about solar. You can learn about the nuts and bolts of the program. And we hope you'll check it out. Solar is a really important way that we can improve not only our climate resiliency, but it typically will save residents money on their electricity bill. We've certainly seen that with the city. Salt Lake City has invested in solar on over 12 of our buildings over the last 10 years. And it's been a fantastic resource for us as a city. And we wanted to make that available to our residents at a discount, make it easier for residents to go solar as well. For people interested in learning more about the Solar Salt Lake program, go to solarsaltlake.org. And if you're interested in learning more about Salt Lake City's general sustainability efforts, go to slcgreen.com. There you can learn about our climate goals, our other programs around renewable energy, air quality, waste and recycling, business engagement, and a whole lot more.
It's time now for the History Minute. From the late 1960s to the early 1990s, Canon Films was a major player in the world of low-budget action movies and martial arts films, among many other sorts. In the early 1980s, they set their sights on a growing interest in ninjas and released Enter the Ninja in 1981. As they worked to put together a sequel, they realized shooting in Los Angeles might be too expensive. The Utah Film Commission sprung into action, hoping to lure Canon Films to use the state as a cheaper alternative, offering them incentives to film in Salt Lake City. They assured Canon that filming of Revenge of the Ninja would not require location fees, permits, or union deals. Canon leapt at the chance and began filming across the city and above it. An elaborate fight scene was staged at the old Liberty Park playground, and for 2 weeks, the deadly finale was filmed atop the American Towers condominiums at 44 West Broadway. For 2 whole weeks, film crews and helicopters circled the roof of the building, getting the shots that would make an iconic ninja fight. Revenge of the Ninja starred Sho Kosugi as a man forced to leave his home country after a ninja attack, but finds himself in Salt Lake City, embroiled in the local mob and drug trade that threatens his family. Naturally, he strikes out for revenge against these dark forces. The film was highly successful for Canon, though not well received by critics. It became a cult hit on video. And despite the sweetheart deal from the Film Commission, Canon did not make Salt Lake City their second home. That's it for another installment of Capital City News. Remember, the best way to stay engaged is to stay informed. You can do that by following us on social media, subscribing to us on YouTube, or watching us on Channel 17. So, reporting in from the City and County Building, I'm Brian Young. Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Brian Young, with Salt Lake City TV. For our episode today, we spoke with the park rangers of the new Park Ranger program. Our History Minute is about the band The Monkees, but before we get to those, we're going to take a look at our legislative update, our look backs, some public safety announcements, and our road construction update.
At its August 29th meeting, the City Council held their second Truth in Taxation hearing as required by state law for the new budget. They then adopted the final rate of tax levy for all city funds, including the library fund, and ratified the budget adopted by the Council in June 2022. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council. Uniformed park rangers are now serving visitors to Salt Lake City's parks and public spaces as part of a significant new program designed to bolster the experience of visitors to the city's beautiful outdoor public spaces. Mayor Mendenhall joined Council Chair Dan Dugan in officially introducing the new park rangers to the public at the International Peace Gardens.
It's a wonderful opportunity for the city to engage with our residents on a more friendly, welcoming environment.
To learn more about the Park Ranger program, please visit the Parks and Public Lands website. Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, along with several key partners, celebrated the completion of the new Harrison Community Garden. The garden is located at 700 East Harrison Avenue, just south of Liberty Park. As the latest addition to Salt Lake City's Green City Growers program, the Harrison Garden is run by the nonprofit Wasatch Community Gardens and provides plots for as many as 50 gardeners to grow vegetables. This is the 8th active garden in Salt Lake City boundaries created through this program, which is facilitated by the city identifying city-owned or managed parcels located on properties with access to a water line and other conditions conducive to creating a successful and sustainable community garden.
Beyond creating a space for, that was grass, that is now a garden, we're creating and building a sense of community that will expand beyond the gates that you see here and reach far into the neighborhoods and to Salt Lake City.
Residents interested in renting a plot in their local community garden can contact Wasatch Community Gardens at 801-359-2658. The Salt Lake City Police Department joined Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, City Councilwoman Victoria Petro-Eschler, and Backman Elementary Principal Matthew Titer to announce the city's Safe Passage Initiative.
This initiative will include highly visible marked patrol officers who will saturate these areas to serve as a deterrent for any crime.
The increased patrols will continue for 2 weeks and will include traffic education and enforcement, bike and walking patrol, and highly visible police presence throughout the neighborhoods near the 3 identified schools. To learn more, visit slcpd.com.
Salt Lake City is in need of crossing guards to help school children safely cross the streets as they walk to and from school. There are currently paid part-time positions available now. Apply today and help keep kids safe in Salt Lake City. Visit slc.gov/jobs for more information.
Salt Lake City has begun installing 20 miles per hour speed limit signs throughout the city, marking the final step of implementing a recently adopted ordinance that lowers the speed limit from 25 miles per hour on local streets. The ordinance impacts approximately 420 miles, or 70% of the city's public streets. Replacing the approximately 575 signs from 25 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour will continue into August in order to increase safety on city streets. While lowering the speed limit is an important move, city officials recognize that this is only the first step towards safer, livable streets.
Salt Lake City's still in the swing of construction season, and we're going to take a look at our update this week at 2 projects, one at Highland Drive and the other on 21st South.
Highland Drive and 1100 East between I-80 and 1700 South is scheduled to be reconstructed in 2023. This corridor into Sugar House is in dire need of reconstruction and an update. You can look at highlandslc.org to get more information on the new roadway design. We'll be putting in a multi-use path. Road reconstruction will start summer of 2023, and we're coordinating with all the other projects in the area, both private and public. 2100 South between Yuma Street and 1100 East will be getting a new sewer line. We are updating our public utilities infrastructure to support the increasing population of the Sugar House neighborhood. This project should start in the spring of 2023.
That's it for our road construction update this week. Remember to stay engaged and informed about what's going on in construction in Salt Lake City. You can visit us at slc.gov/construction. For our interview this week, I spoke with a number of park rangers for Salt Lake City's new Park Ranger program.
My name is Noel. I'm a Salt Lake City Park Ranger, and I'm a part of the Park Ranger program that just started here recently.
I'm Vanessa, and I'm a Salt Lake City Park Ranger.
My name is Eric, and I'm a Salt Lake City Park Ranger.
I'm Libby Sneathen. I'm a Salt Lake City Park Ranger lead at Fairmont Park.
So the Ranger program is located in 4 major hubs, one in Liberty Park, one in Jordan Park, one in Fairmont Park, and one in Pioneer Park.
We've got the 4 hubs in those 4 parks, and then along with that we visit other areas in the city, other natural areas or parks, wherever there's a high density number of people or there just is a high usage.
We're going to try to be in the parks as much as possible. So we can't be in the parks every single day, but we're trying to spread ourselves as much as possible.
It's a huge variety of things, and it starts by getting out and seeing what the needs are on the park that day. So this can be anywhere as simple as trash pickup, answering questions about the park, location, education, these kinds of things, to removing invasive species, to working with the homeless community to find them resources through the VOA or the HEART program. Really, it's kind of whatever issues that arise that day, and in the near future, hopefully more programming with different community groups.
We make connections with the frequent users of the park, including the unsheltered population. We attend events such as the farmers market on Thursdays, and just make sure everything is in overall working order.
I think the biggest things that we would like to address are just kind of bridging the gap between community members and city government.
We're actually not police officers, so we won't be writing any tickets. We will be, our primary goal is to promote voluntary compliance through education. So if we do see somebody breaking a rule or not complying, then we're just going to go up to them and remind them of what the rules are, but we won't be writing any tickets.
The Park Ranger program is a response to a growing Salt Lake City that has a lot of diverse different issues, and that means that we need a lot of diverse approaches to deal with modern issues. So our role is voluntary compliance. A lot of the stuff that happens in our parks doesn't need law enforcement. When it does, we can reach out to them, and we urge people in our parks that if something is an emergency, still call the police, right? That is their job. Our job is volunteer compliance, education, and information, and we can kind of be the link between the two.
So one of the biggest questions that we've been getting from the public are, what is the difference between us and police? Like, why are there police in the parks at all? And I think that's a really great question, because there are issues that sometimes police need to address in the parks, but there are a lot of issues that don't necessarily need a police force present for. Like some of the social dynamics here, stuff with, people at the dog park or something like that, dogs off leash, those issues don't really necessarily need police attention, but it's a really good opportunity for us to give, to spread education and to kind of like share the guidelines.
Please say hello when we're in the parks. Wave us down if you need us, or if you don't, just come say hi, chat us up. If there's something further and we're not in the park or you don't see us that day, make sure to give the Public Lands Department a call or shoot them an email.
It's time again to take a look back at the history of Salt Lake City.
In 1968, the Monkees were one of the most popular musical acts in the world. To that point, all of their albums had reached #1 in the United States, and their hit television show had just wrapped up airing its second and final season. They set their sights on a movie and conceived of Head, a satirical musical adventure film. Though most of the film would be shot in California, a concert sequence was planned to be shot in Salt Lake City on May 17, 1968. The Monkees came to town, visited radio stations, and prepared for their concert, originally scheduled to be shot at Lagoon. Unfortunately, technical difficulties caused a last-minute venue change, and they ended up in the Valley Music Hall playing to 4,000 screaming fans, even though another 5,000 were still lined up at Lagoon. The Monkees recorded Mike Nesmith's original song Circle Sky there on the stage in the round, and they played it numerous times for the cameras. Then, the Monkees traveled up to Lagoon and did a free 30-minute show for everyone waiting there to see them in the first place. These were tiny shows compared to what they were accustomed to, usually filling arenas of 10,000 fans or more. As for the Valley Music Hall, it suffered fire damage in the 70s and is now known as the Bountiful Regional Center. The concert version of Circle Sky appeared in the final version of Head, though the film ended up being a critical failure and found life as more of a cult obscurity.
That's it for another episode of Capital City News. Remember, the best way to stay engaged is to stay informed. You can do that by following us on social media at SLC.gov, subscribing to us on YouTube, or watching us on Channel 17. So reporting in from Pioneer Park, I'm Brian Young. Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Brian Young, with Salt Lake City TV. For our episode this week, we spoke with Rudiger Mathis about Salt Lake City's Housing SLC plan. Our History Minute is about the history of waste removal in the city. Before we get to those, let's take a look at our legislative update, our look backs, our look aheads, and our road construction update.
At its September 13th meeting, the City Council, acting as the RDA, approved Budget Amendment 1 for fiscal year 22-23 and discussed a new tool for development called Housing and Transit Reinvestment Zone. Acting as the City Council took a look at the Ballpark Station Area Plan, passed a budget amendment for deeply affordable housing, and received updates on ongoing issues. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council. Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson, State of Utah Homeless Coordinator Wayne Niederhauser, and Salt Lake City Council Chair Dugan discussed collaborative efforts for winter overflow shelters and expanded investments in permanent, supportive, and transitional housing.
It's the largest single-year increase in permanent and transitional housing in the city's history. We are making this happen. Not one of us. All of us, together. This is what cooperative work in government looks like. And we're doing it through shared goals, through major investment, and through shared responsibility.
The Salt Lake City Fire Department announced the rollout of its new Community Health Access Team, or CHAT. CHAT pairs social workers with paramedic and EMT firefighters to respond to specific types of requests for emergency medical services.
It's time that the fire department evolve and have resources that are available for all different types, not just within the traditional scope of EMS.
These clinical social workers are going to be housed in a fire station or at the public safety building Monday through Friday, business hours, where they're going to respond with firefighters at the time of a 911 dispatch to the point of where the person made the phone call.
Salt Lake City is in need of crossing guards to help school children safely cross the streets as they walk to and from school. There are currently paid part-time positions available now. Apply today and help keep kids safe in Salt Lake City. Visit slc.gov/jobs for more information.
Salt Lake City has begun installing 20 miles per hour speed limit signs throughout the city, marking the final step of implementing a recently adopted ordinance that lowers the speed limit from 25 miles per hour on local streets. The ordinance impacts approximately 420 miles, or 70% of the city's public streets. Replacing the approximately 575 signs from 25 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour will continue into August in order to increase safety on city streets. While lowering the speed limit is an important move, city officials recognize that this is only the first step towards safer, livable streets.
Though fall's begun, the summer temperatures haven't ceased, and neither is road construction season in Salt Lake City. So we're going to take a look at two projects this week.
East and westbound traffic on 300 West is reduced to one way in each direction at 1700 South and will continue for another week. During this time, the traffic signal will switch to a flashing red to signal a four-way stop. To avoid delay or congestion, please consider 1300 South and 2100 South as alternate routes. No impacts to north and southbound travel lanes are anticipated during this time. And remember to continue to support the small local businesses along 300 West. When you support these businesses, take a photo, tag us, and use #SupportLocalSLC22. This month is your last chance to receive a Salt Lake City flag hat when you show us how you support local. The sections of the 300 North pedestrian bridge were delivered to the construction site. Crews began the process of splicing the sections together in preparation for the Crews began the process of splicing the sections together in preparation for the bridge placement, which took place on September 18th. Steel work also continues on the supporting steel beams for both towers and constructing steel stairs and landings. Due to the bridge delivery, the construction zone has been expanded westward and there is no street parking on the west side of the project beginning at 540 West between September 12th and September 25th. Learn more at the project website.
That's it for this week's road construction update. Remember to keep up to date on these projects or any other going on. Visit us at slc.gov/construction. For our interview this week, we spoke with Rudiger Mathis about Salt Lake City's Housing SLC plan, which allows you input on the future of the next 5 years of Salt Lake City's housing policy.
A housing plan is important for a couple of reasons. The first is it is a state-required plan, and so to meet, the state's requirements, we do have to have one in place. But we also know that housing is a huge issue, especially right now. And if we don't have a plan, then it's going to be really hard to make things better for people. Right now, we're working on Housing SLC, which is the update to the city's 5-year housing plan. The previous plan, Growing SLC, was adopted in 2018, and it's expiring at the end of this fiscal year, so we need to get a new plan in place for that. So the housing plan should be really data-driven, right? So we're asking the community to provide input in this early stage so that we know what areas we should be focusing on, what types of policies and programs we should be implementing, so that over the next 5 years we can work on getting those off the ground. There are some things that the city kind of already does, and so some of that is finding out, should we keep doing these things, or should we try to grow out and expand them? Should we try to create new ordinances or policies that will help facilitate greater affordability in the city? So we really want this to be steered by the public, and we really want everybody to be involved. So as I mentioned, this is a 5-year housing plan. So this will govern kind of the city's policy on housing for the next 5 years. So now really is the time to be involved. If people have opinions or thoughts that they think should be done, now is the time to do that, because we haven't drafted anything yet. We don't have anything on paper. And we're sifting through all that information, and if we do it right now, the next 5 years will help us get, to the city that we want. And then, after that, the next 5-year plan will help us get even further down the road. So now is a really critical time. If we push hard, then we can get a lot done. Yeah, so right now we really want to drive people to the website where they can take a survey, they can find other ways to get involved. There's also where we post a list of our events that we're hosting. We're going out into the community, and we invite everybody to attend any of the events that we're hosting so that they can offer their feedback there. But really, going to the website is the best opportunity for people to find out what's going on. Also following the city's social media is where we post things as well. But our website would be great for people to get involved.
It's time again to take a look back into Salt Lake City's past with our History Minute. By 1892, the garbage situation in Salt Lake City was getting out of control. Many residents from the east side of the city simply hauled their garbage to the west side and dumped it there for the working class folks to deal with. But in September of that year, Salt Lake City government finally established 2 garbage districts, one inside the city limits to 8th North in the north, the reservation line in the east, 9th South to the south, and as far as 10th West to the west. The other covering all the territory outside of those areas. In the first district, the city would be responsible for paying independently licensed scavengers to haul the refuse and collect manure and other scavengeable materials. In District 2, those same licensed scavengers would be paid by the residents and business owners themselves. 10 years later, the city tested its first garbage incinerator, hoping that burning the garbage would solve its public health problems, but it was found to be too expensive. In 1907, the city leased its first dedicated landfill, but it was also expensive to get to, so the scavengers and private residents and businesses in the city continued dumping waste on the west side. By 1915, the scavengers were done away with completely, and the County Board of Health hired a team of wagon haulers to cart the waste to the landfill. Salt Lake City's Streets Department would take over these functions officially in 1921, but the dumpster had yet to be invented, and a modern waste removal system, a precursor to what services Salt Lake City today, wouldn't be in place until the 1940s.
That's it for another installment of Capital City News. Remember, the best way to stay engaged is to stay informed. You can do that by following us on social media at SLC.gov, subscribing to us on YouTube, or watching us on Channel 17. So, reporting in from beautiful Library Square, I'm Brian Young. Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Brian Young with Salt Lake City TV. On our episode today, we have an interview with Sophia Nicholas, who's the Sustainability Deputy Director, to talk about the Solar Salt Lake City program. For our History Minute, we talk about Revenge of the Ninja, an infamous film shot here in Salt Lake City. Before we get to those, let's take a look at our legislative update, our look back, our look ahead, and of course, our road construction update.
At its August 16th meeting, the City Council voted to add an $85 million general obligation bond for parks and public lands projects to the November ballot, and they also approved a proposed $67.5 million sales tax revenue bond. Voters in Salt Lake will decide whether to approve the GO bond, which is key to implementing the Reimagine Nature Public Lands Master Plan. Only the GO bond will be on the November ballot. The City Council also heard a briefing on amendments to the city's budget, and the council heard a report on the 2021 election, which the city conducted on a pilot basis as a ranked choice voting without a primary. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council. Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, Salt Lake City School District staff and students, UTA staff, and the Salt Lake Education Foundation celebrated an innovative new program that will give free transit passes to K-12 students and staff in Salt Lake City School District. This is an equitable collaboration that will make a positive difference for Salt Lake City families as well as our community's air quality.
These transit passes are a big deal. It's about so much more than just expanding the already awesome school bus network. It's about literally creating pathways for you as our future, our students today, to say yes and to have your city, your school district, and your transit agency understand how important you are and put you at the top of our priority. So to 21,000 of you, we love you. We want you to succeed.
The passes will be available beginning with the 2022 through 2023 school year and will be valid on UTA bus, tracks, the S-Line streetcar, and UTA On Demand.
In Salt Lake City's hot and dry climate, trees need to have supplemental watering to survive. It is the responsibility of the adjacent property owner to water trees in the park strip. Salt Lake City Urban Forestry provides a watering bag with each newly planted tree. If you need any help figuring out tree watering and other ways to help with water conservation, visit the city's website for ideas. Salt Lake City has begun installing 20 miles per hour speed limit signs throughout the city, marking the final step of implementing a recently adopted ordinance that lowers the speed limit from 25 miles per hour on local streets. The ordinance impacts approximately 420 miles, or 70% of the city's public streets. Replacing the approximately 575 signs from 25 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour will continue into August in order to increase safety on city streets. While lowering the speed limit is an important move, city officials recognize that this is only the first step towards safer, livable streets.
Road construction continues in Salt Lake City, and for our update this week, we're going to take a look at 200 South and Main Street.
You may have noticed that Main Street resurfacing has been going on for the past few weeks. Prep work included crack seal and inlays, and chip seal aggregate has now been put down to prolong the life of the road. Once the seal has been completed, a new striping pattern is put on top. The new street design includes going from 2 lanes each way to 1 lane each way, as well as providing designated bike lanes separate from street parking. This project will not only make the road last longer, but also will allow for more bikes and slower traffic to easily navigate the route. Learn more at the Life on State Bikeways Study website. 200 South Road reconstruction continues as our crews move westward. You'll notice new bus islands and curb bulb outs around 900 East. Our crews are following the path of a new Dominion gas line installation. The cooperation between projects has been great to see. The primary amount of work currently is between 400 and 500 East, so be aware and drive slowly through construction zones. We're looking to be at 200 East by the end of this year. Learn more at 200southslc.com.
That's it for our road construction update this week. Remember, if you want to keep up to date on these projects or any others, visit us at slc.gov/construction. For our interview this week, I spoke with Sophia Nicholas, the Deputy Director of the Salt Lake City Sustainability Department, about the Solar Salt Lake program.
So the city's been invested in making impactful climate programs for over 20 years. We have some ambitious climate goals. Including helping our whole community go to 100% renewable electricity by 2030. While we've been focusing on the utility scale with that goal, we also recognize the importance of rooftop solar. So that's the solar that goes on your homes, it goes on businesses, just your individual structures. And for the last year, our department has been working to develop a request for proposals. And we put that out looking for a local solar installer that could offer a discount for a bulk purchase just for Salt Lake City residents. And we're calling it Solar Salt Lake, and we launched it at the beginning of August. And it offers a small discount depending on the nature of your home and your needs for up to 50 Salt Lake City residents. Go to our website, solarsaltlake.org. You can check the status there. We've had a lot of interest in the program already, but we will be keeping the registration, the interest enrollment form open until September 2nd or until we reach 50 confirmed contracts. So on that website, you can see more about the workshops that we have coming up. We have a whole list of frequently asked questions. You can learn about solar. You can learn about the nuts and bolts of the program. And we hope you'll check it out. Solar is a really important way that we can improve not only our climate resiliency, but it typically will save residents money on their electricity bill. We've certainly seen that with the city. Salt Lake City has invested in solar on over 12 of our buildings over the last 10 years. And it's been a fantastic resource for us as a city. And we wanted to make that available to our residents at a discount, make it easier for residents to go solar as well. For people interested in learning more about the Solar Salt Lake program, go to solarsaltlake.org. And if you're interested in learning more about Salt Lake City's general sustainability efforts, go to slcgreen.com. There you can learn about our climate goals, our other programs around renewable energy, air quality, waste and recycling, business engagement, and a whole lot more.
It's time now for the History Minute.
From the late 1960s to the early 1990s, Canon Films was a major player in the world of low-budget action movies and martial arts films, among many other sorts. In the early 1980s, they set their sights on a growing interest in ninjas, and released Enter the Ninja in 1981. As they worked to put together a sequel, they realized shooting in Los Angeles might be too expensive. The Utah Film Commission sprung into action, hoping to lure Canon Films to use the state as a cheaper alternative, offering them incentives to film in Salt Lake City. They assured Canon that filming of Revenge of the Ninja would not require location fees, permits, or union deals. Canon leapt at the chance and began filming across the city and above it. An elaborate fight scene was staged at the old Liberty Park playground, and for 2 weeks, the deadly finale was filmed atop the American Towers condominiums at 44 West Broadway. For 2 whole weeks, film crews and helicopters circled the roof of the building, getting the shots that would make an iconic ninja fight. Revenge of the Ninja starred Sho Kosugi as a man forced to leave his home country after a ninja attack, but finds himself in Salt Lake City, embroiled in the local mob and drug trade that threatens his family. Naturally, he strikes out for revenge against these dark forces. The film was highly successful for Cannon, though not well received by critics. It became a cult hit on video. And despite the sweetheart deal from the Film Commission, Cannon did not make Salt Lake City their second home.
That's it for another installment of Capital City News. Remember, the best way to stay engaged is to stay informed. You can do that by following us on social media, subscribing to us on YouTube, or watching us on Channel 17. So, reporting in from the City and County Building, I'm Brian Young. Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Brian Young with Salt Lake City TV. For our episode today, we spoke with the park rangers of the new Park Ranger program. Our History Minute is about the band The Monkees, but before we get to those, we're going to take a look at our legislative update, our look backs, some public safety announcements, and our road construction update.
At its August 29th meeting, the City Council held their second Truth in Taxation hearing as required by state law for the new budget. They then adopted the final rate of tax levy for all city funds, including the library fund, and ratified the budget adopted by the Council in June 2022. To learn more, visit slc.gov/council. Uniformed park rangers are now serving visitors to Salt Lake City's parks and public spaces as part of a significant new program designed to bolster the experience of visitors to the city's beautiful outdoor public spaces. Mayor Mendenhall joined Council Chair Dan Dugan in officially introducing the new park rangers to the public at the International Peace Gardens.
It's a wonderful opportunity for the city to engage with our residents on a more friendly, welcoming environment.
To learn more about the Park Ranger program, please visit the Parks and Public Lands website. Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, along with several key partners, celebrated the completion of the new Harrison Community Garden. The garden is located at 700 East Harrison Avenue, just south of Liberty Park. As the latest addition to Salt Lake City's Green City Growers program, the Harrison Garden is run by the nonprofit Wasatch Community Gardens and provides plots for as many as 50 gardeners to grow vegetables. This is the 8th active garden in Salt Lake City boundaries created through this program, which is facilitated by the city identifying city-owned or managed parcels located on properties with access to a water line and other conditions conducive to creating a successful and sustainable community garden.
Beyond creating a space for, that was grass, that is now a garden, we're creating and building a sense of community that will expand beyond the gates that you see here and reach far into the neighborhoods and to Salt Lake City.
Residents interested in renting a plot in their local community garden can contact Wasatch Community Gardens at 801-359-2658. The Salt Lake City Police Department joined Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, City Councilwoman Victoria Petro-Eschler, and Backman Elementary Principal Matthew Titer to announce the city's Safe Passage Initiative.
This initiative will include highly visible marked patrol officers who will saturate these areas to serve as a deterrent for any crime.
The increased patrols will continue for 2 weeks and will include traffic education and enforcement, bike and walking patrol, and highly visible police presence throughout the neighborhoods near the 3 identified schools. To learn more, visit slcpd.com.
Salt Lake City is in need of crossing guards to help school children safely cross the streets as they walk to and from school. There are currently paid part-time positions available now. Apply today and help keep kids safe in Salt Lake City. Visit slc.gov/jobs for more information.
Salt Lake City has begun installing 20 miles per hour speed limit signs throughout the city, marking the final step of implementing a recently adopted ordinance that lowers the speed limit from 25 miles per hour on local streets. The ordinance impacts approximately 420 miles, or 70% of the city's public streets. Replacing the approximately 575 signs from 25 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour will continue into August in order to increase safety on city streets. While lowering the speed limit is an important move, city officials recognize that this is only the first step towards safer, livable streets.
Salt Lake City's still in the swing of construction season, and we're going to take a look at our update this week at two projects, one at Highland Drive and the other on 21st South.
Highland Drive and 1100 East between I-80 and 1700 South is scheduled to be reconstructed in 2023. This corridor into Sugar House is in dire need of reconstruction and an update. You can look at highlandslc.org to get more information on the new roadway design. We'll be putting in a multi-use path. Road reconstruction will start summer of 2023, and we're coordinating with all the other projects in the area, both private and public. 2100 South between Yuma Street and 1100 East will be getting a new sewer line. We are updating our public utilities infrastructure to support the increasing population of the Sugar House neighborhood. This project should start in the spring of 2023.
That's it for our road construction update this week. Remember to stay engaged and informed about what's going on in construction in Salt Lake City. You can visit us at slc.gov/construction. For our interview this week, I spoke with a number of park rangers for Salt Lake City's new Park Ranger program.
My name is Noel. I'm a Salt Lake City Park Ranger, and I'm a part of the Park Ranger program that just started here recently.
I'm Vanessa, and I'm a Salt Lake City Park Ranger.
My name is Eric, and I'm a Salt Lake City Park Ranger.
I'm Libby Sneathen. I'm a Salt Lake City Park Ranger lead at Fairmont Park.
So the Ranger program is located in 4 major hubs, one in Liberty Park, one in Jordan Park, one in Fairmont Park, and one in Pioneer Park.
We've got the 4 hubs in those 4 parks, and then along with that we visit other areas in the city, other natural areas or parks, wherever there's a high density number of people or there just is a high usage.
We're going to try to be in the parks as much as possible. So we can't be in the parks every single day, but we're trying to spread ourselves as much as possible.
It's a huge variety of things, and it starts by getting out and seeing what the needs are on the park that day. So this can be anywhere as simple as trash pickup, answering questions about the park, location, education, these kinds of things, to removing invasive species, to working with the homeless community to find them resources through the VOA or the HEART program. Really, it's kind of whatever issues that arise that day, and in the near future, hopefully more programming with different community groups.
We make connections with the frequent users of the park, including the unsheltered population. We attend events such as the farmers market on Thursdays and just make sure everything is in overall working order.
I think the biggest things that we would like to address are just kind of bridging the gap between community members and city government.
We're actually not police officers, so we won't be writing any tickets. We will be, our primary goal is to promote voluntary compliance through education. So if we do see somebody breaking a rule or not complying, then we're just going to go up to them and remind them of what the rules are, but we won't be writing any tickets.
The Park Ranger program is a response to a growing Salt Lake City that has a lot of diverse different issues, and that means that we need a lot of diverse approaches to deal with modern issues. So our role is voluntary compliance. A lot of the stuff that happens in our parks doesn't need law enforcement. When it does, we can reach out to them, and we urge people in our parks that if something is an emergency, still call the police, right? That is their job. Our job is volunteer compliance, education, and information, and we can kind of be the link between the two.
So one of the biggest questions that we've been getting from the public are, what is the difference between us and police? Like, why are there police in the parks at all? And I think that's a really great question, because there are issues that sometimes police need to address in the parks, but there are a lot of issues that don't necessarily need a police force present for. Like some of the social dynamics here, stuff with, people at the dog park or something like that, dogs off leash, those issues don't really necessarily need police attention, but it's a really good opportunity for us to give, to spread education and to kind of like share the guidelines.
Please say hello when we're in the parks. Wave us down if you need us, or if you don't, just come say hi, chat us up. If there's something further and we're not in the park or you don't see us that day, make sure to give the Public Lands Department a call or shoot them an email.
It's time again to take a look back at the history of Salt Lake City.
In 1968, the Monkees were one of the most popular musical acts in the world. To that point, all of their albums had reached #1 in the United States, and their hit television show had just wrapped up airing its second and final season. They set their sights on a movie and conceived of Head, a satirical musical adventure film. Though most of the film would be shot in California, a concert sequence was planned to be shot in Salt Lake City on May 17, 1968. The Monkees came to town, visited radio stations, and prepared for their concert, originally scheduled to be shot at Lagoon. Unfortunately, technical difficulties caused a last-minute venue change, and they ended up in the Valley Music Hall playing